Wait. 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 Wait.
Wait for Hasanabi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny Dubrovnik, Croatia, also known as Croatia. I'm live and alive, boys, girls, and MBs, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. Today is Monday, News Day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is the first day of July. It's done. It's done. Finally, fucking the whole gay shit is done. You know what I mean? It's over. No more gay shit. No more. None of that. None of that gay shit. It's no longer June. If you try to come in here, do some gay shit, I'm going to tell you right now, cut it out. Cut it out. You will get banned. Okay? None of that. This is a straight only community, baby. Let's go. We're live. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Let me just turn this chat arena off and then turn it back on. Why the frick don't I have my... Oh, there it is. Now I can actually see sub stuff. Anyway, what? Oh, Little Effington. Quick start, early start, Little Effington. We're back though. It's back. It's fine. Okay, what's happening? Now it's effing a lot, actually. This is new. This is new stuff. Refresh. What the fuck? Bro, I streamed yesterday with no issues whatsoever. I don't know what the hell's happening. Like, we did it yesterday. There was no effing whatsoever. And right now, I'm in a weird predicament. What the fuck? Repeated Fs, back-to-back Fs. Hello? Fucking calm down. Wait, what the hell? You're being DDoSed by the Shadow Elite? I hope not. The fuck? Bro, I was so good. I was perfectly fine. Yesterday I was perfectly fine. I don't know what's happening right now. As you guys know, we streamed yesterday and it was perfectly fine. Hold on. Are you on VPN accidentally? No, I'm not. And it should be fine. What? No, my upload looks awesome here. I don't know what the fuck's happening. I'm looking at my upload and it's like 40. My upload is 40. My download is 14. I don't know why it's like dropping some frames all of a sudden. That's weird. But it should get better in a moment, hopefully. God, I'm hot. I'm getting a little bit of a throttle. I'm getting a little bit of the throttle hit in the face right now. I feel like they're throttling my ass a little bit at this hotel. Huh. I think it's going to be fine in a little bit. Just hold on. That court was fucking beautiful. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. So, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. We just got through that windy, patchy area, but I think we're good. It's not Twitch. It's not Twitch. It's probably my internet here, but who knows. Anyway, the rules have changed. Twitch has immunity now. They can F you whenever they want. That's always been the case, my friend. Let me tell you, okay? Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Yeah, this is it. This is that part of the broadcast for all the parasocialists out there. And I hope you guys can see me. I'm in Croatia, like I said, family vacation type shit. But of course, that doesn't stop me from doing my job, my due diligence, my JMegalo-B, especially considering that this is a very contested election and the election cycle has already started. Is this a bathroom stream? No. Hasan, talk about you destroying the American checks and balances system by going on vacation and making crime legal. I didn't make crime legal. I only made crime legal for very wealthy, very rich presidents. Okay. You have to remember, crime is still very much illegal for the poor unless you become a president. But having said that, we'll get to that in a second. That's not what this is about. That's not what this is about. What this is about right now for this very moment in this broadcast is parasocial shit. Okay. So I'm in Croatia. I'm you know, getting a little bit of sun, seeing the Adriatic Sea. How's the trip so far? Not like fantastic, I will say. It's whatever. I just hate being away. The Aussies are currently in my house with Kaya. They're taking care of Kaya. They're holding Kaya hostage, and I am, you know, I'm having a good time. I'm just kind of doing my own thing, right? Like everybody's got their own opinions. Everyone's got their own ideas. Me, on the other hand, I was like, I came to Croatia. I know that there's this fucking insane basketball court in Dubrovnik, and I'm gonna go see it. And that's what I did. Sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you got to pop out and just be like, I'm doing my own damn thing. I don't care. I don't care if you guys want to come. I don't care if you guys don't want to come. It's all good. I went to the old city and I didn't even see any of the old city, which is beautiful, by the way. That's where they shot Game of Thrones. You know, it's like a big deal. There's a lot of tourists there. That's what they go to see. It's pretty cool. It's like literally just people living inside of a castle, like casually. You know, like these are people who are just like straight up living inside of a castle, dude. Like, I'm not even joking. It's just an actual castle. Yeah. You look bronzed as fuck. The lighting is making you ripped as well, brother. It's not the lighting that's making me look ripped. I am kind of fucking yoked out of my goddamn mind, I'll be honest. Like, no disrespect to anybody out there, not to flex my own horn here, but I do feel pretty goddamn good on that front. You know, I've been eating good out here, let me tell you. Okay, I've been eating for the past 2 days. I feel bloated, but you know, overall still doing the best. Like, I know I'm in the pocket because, like, in my mind, name one Croatian dish. I can't. I'm gonna talk shit about that. Hold on. So today I woke up, I'm like, I'm gonna go to this fucking old town. I'm gonna go to this basketball court. It's in a beautiful part of the city. It's literally connected to the castle. Okay. It's in between the castle and the pocket. There is a public court. And I think that's sick, right? And so first I'm like, I gotta go get a basketball. So I Google where to buy a basketball in Croatia, right? Croatia. And I find out that there's this store called like Tommy's, and inside of it there's like Sports International or some shit. I don't know. I go there. First of all, they don't even fucking sell any like real Croatian jerseys in there, which is honestly a fucking crime. Like I wanted to get, you know how I am. I when I went to Australia, I went and got a bunch of kits, and I love that shit. So I was like, I'll get a Croatian basketball jersey if they have one. You know what I mean? It'll be fun. They don't have it. These motherfuckers are tall for no reason, okay? Every time I see a tall Croatian man, immediately my Ottoman epigenetic memory kicks in. Yeah, Intersport. Thank you, Barada. That's the fucking store I went to. Anyway, anytime I see a tall Croatian man, immediately I'm like, you would be a phenomenal Janissary. Like, in my mind, I don't know what it is. Like, I guess being Turkish, like being Ottoman, you just have this, like, you see a Balkan man with muscles and you're like, I want to put you in the front lines. I want you to go to war. Why are you pushing suitcases around at a hotel? Like, you should be in the front of the line. You should be the most excellent Janissary warrior, or at least play basketball. You know what I mean? I straight up asked the dude at the door. Okay, I straight up asked the dude at the motherfucking door. I was like, bro, do you play basketball? Because he was like around my height. He's like, no, I play handball. I'm like, dude, what? Handball? The fuck are you doing? You're just wasting that shit. Honestly, like, who the fuck? They're like, yes, we play water polo. We play handball. We play water polo. I'm like, no, dude, that's fucking unacceptable. Okay, cut that shit out. Cut that shit out. Basketball time. I've never seen so many goddamn tall, lanky ass motherfucking white boys out here, bro. I swear to God. Did you tell him that? Yes, I did. Straight up to his face. I was like, do you play basketball? I'm looking for a basketball court. I'm looking for a place to buy a basketball. And he's like, no, handball. Dirk Nowitzki said, Dad said basketball's a woman's sport, handball only. Yeah. Bro, find Jokic 2. I swear to God, Jokic 2 is like in every corner. Okay, you know how people say like Australia, oh, everyone's so sexy in Australia? That's how I feel about the Balkans. But like, instead of sexy, because they're definitely not, I just look around and I see so many men over 6'3", 6'4", and I'm like, you should be balling. Why are you not balling? Why are you handling luggage? Why are you driving a taxi cab? You should be playing basketball. Like, not even a joke. Like, this is an entire nation of fucking Osama bin Ladens or Barron Trumps that are just like tall enough to ball, but just aren't doing it for some reason. Like, it doesn't make no sense. Anyway. But yeah, like I said, that's my Ottoman epigenetic memories. Like I said, it's just like, I see a tall, strong Balkan man immediately. I wanna put him to work, right? So, you know, no disrespect to Croatia, but that's just how it is for me. But yeah, so I went to Intersport. I got a basketball. They don't even fucking sell Croatian jerseys there. I got like a shitty Croatian jersey, not the cool white and red one, shitty blue one. I'll roll that out later. I wanna wear it in front of Alexa, my Serbian goat. So in any case, so I finally go. I get there. There's so much fucking traffic. Holy shit. This entire country is on the coastline. For those of you who don't know, I mean, here, this is what the motherfucking country looks like. Okay, they were like, absolutely not. Bosnia Herzegovina, you are not getting even a fraction of the fucking sea line. Like, so the entire country, and I mean the entire country for the most part. Here, I mean, I'm not even joking. Like the entire country is just like one coastline, so it's one fucking lane. It's literally one lane, bro. There is just like, it's only beach. I mean, it's very pretty, but it's only beach. So like basically when you want to get to places, you just got to go only beach. So it's one lane. So sometimes like, I don't know what's fucking happening. I don't know if there's like a goat up front or whatever, but like sometimes the road just gets clogged up. And when the road gets clogged up, you're just sitting there. Okay. I'm sure it's just like a tourist. It's because of the tourist shit. Come to Zagreb for the public transport, bro. That shit is far as hell. I'm in the fucking southernmost tip, okay? I've also been really annoying to the taxi drivers. Anytime I get in a cab, I'm asking the dumbest fucking questions. I'm like, so has anyone ever fucking swam across to Italy? And he's like, it's 120 kilometers. I'm like, okay. What about a kayak? He's like, no, current too strong. I'm like, come on. Someone tried it. I'm like, what if you're at the northernmost point and you try to cross the Adriatic with a canoe, okay? Would you land in the southernmost point of Italy? He's like, no. You know, just American activities. Yeah, classic American activities. If you zoom in, you can see Bosnia also has a couple miles of beach. These are questions that I feel like I have to ask. You know what I mean? Like, I can't let this shit sit and fester inside of me. These are questions I have to ask. You gonna do a meet? No, dude. How many fucking Croatian fans do I have? Like 8? What are we gonna do? Get together? All 8 of us? First of all, we wouldn't even fit in the fucking old city. That shit is crammed, okay? Anyway, let's do a meet in Zagreb. I'm not going up there. Okay, that's not happening. It's just entirely too close to Hungary. Okay, I'm not about that lifestyle. All jokes aside, Croatia is beautiful. Half of Australia and New Zealand's in Croatia now, so maybe. How's the air conditioning situation? If you haven't noticed, I'm fucking straight up raw dogging it right now. I'm not wearing any jewelry. I'm not wearing any of my cool shit. And honestly, that is because it is hot as a motherfucker in here, okay? Let's be real. This shit, unacceptable. Okay, Europe, figure it out. This is my goal here, okay? My goal, I'm like that one NATO guy. I forget his name. You know how he's always talking about balkanizing Russia and like trying to get the Philippines to join NATO or whatever. Like for me, I am the NATO envoy, but for air conditioning. I go to European city centers and towns and I'm like, have you guys heard about air conditioning? Shit is incredible. That's what my job is here, actually. I'm trying to get the American HVAC business owners some work out here because, like, god damn, dude, this shit is... Holy moly, this shit is unacceptable. It's untenable. It is unsustainable. White Croatia, big dog. It's my family. My family is demanding it. So, you know how I am. I'm a big mama's boy, daddy's boy. So I gotta do what I gotta do. Anyway. So... to be fair, most Australian and New Zealand crime figures are in Turkey. What, really? I don't even know what that means. When you come back home, help me make bidets a normal thing everywhere here. Dude, don't even get me started. I had to go get... Still crying about AC? Okay, it's a joke, man. It's beautiful out here. I don't give a shit. It's the bidet thing is like not a joke though. I had to buy baby wipes to wipe my butt with. Because I can't handle this fucking no water ass bullshit, dude. Raw dog in the toilet is actually unimaginable. I don't understand how these fucking barbarians operate, okay? No bidet, like what are we doing? What the fuck? Anyway, I got too used to it. I got too used to it in my house in America. In any case, Americans need to invade Europe and bring AC to them, and then Turkey needs to invade America and bring the bidets to America. Do the water bottle technique? No, I don't want to fucking do that. That shit sucks. Anyway, here's the tic tac. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking make the most of it. There's a guy named Yasuo. He's a basketball player from Japan. He's a pro. And I follow him. And I'm a big fan of Yasuo. And Yasuo always does this thing where it's like kind of ASMR, where he'll always go and rain or shine or fucking snow, he'll always go out and he'll play basketball, and he does this thing. So I wanted to do this as like a nod to him, basically. I'll show you guys an example after my video is done, but like, yeah, I went and shot this. Look how beautiful this is, though. It's pretty crazy. Let's put that on there. Do you actually hoop in those shoes? I don't actually hoop in these shoes normally, but I had to today because that's the only type of shoe I had, and there wasn't any basketball shoes at the Intersport that I went to, which is pretty fucking crazy. Boom. Look at that shit, dude. That's right, baby.
Lobby is.
That's right. Why is it so quiet? I didn't put any music on it. If you would have drained a 3, it would have been cinema. Are you on any performing supplements, trend or anything? No, but thank you for thinking I'm on trend. That's like pretty fucking pog for me to... Pretty fucking pog that you think I'm on trend.
Moby.
Wait, where's the fucking Tic Tac, dude? Let's blast that shit off. As a matter of fact, let's get you guys in there. Get invested. I posted it too early, I feel like. So it didn't bang in the way that I wanted it to bang. But yeah, here it is. Oh, fuck. It's effing again. God damn it. God damn it. Shit is effing again, bro. Chill out, bro. Chill out. I'm here. Anyway. Pause on pause if you got a minor F. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck that works. To the person who asked if I'm on trend, thank you very much for thinking that. You made it on a viral TikTok? What is this? Favorite tweets from the presidential debates last night? Him get on top me. There were way better tweets, honestly. Did you get big so nickmercs can't call you fat anymore? Or do you think he will still call you fat despite him being fatter now? No, it wasn't about nickmercs at all. But good. It wasn't even nickmercs that called me fat. It was actually Dr. Disrespect that called me fat. Anyway. where was I? So yeah, I did that shit. You know, I hung out at the beach. I put my tippy toes in the Adriatic, and then I ate some food. The food is kind of fine at the hotel, but like honestly, if you don't eat seafood, you're kind of cooked out here. It feels like it kind of makes no sense. It's like Croatia is so close to Italy, and yet like the food is so far. You know what I mean? So like if you don't eat seafood, you don't really have anything. Like I've been asking people like, what's the fucking fast food equivalent? Like I don't know how to ask people this question without coming across weird, but it's like, what is the fucking immigrant population here? You know what I mean? Like I just want to be like, who are your, like, I guess look, I'm from Los Angeles. Who are your Mexican people? Because this shit sucks. So like, I always try to hit that angle of like, well, I'm Turkish, you see? So you know how in Germany you have döner, which is Turkish food? Like, what is that equivalent here? And they're always looking at me like, no. And it's odd. Like, what is happening? Don't say that. No, that's not American at all, bro. I want to eat good food. Fuck you mean? Like, I'm sorry, no disrespect, but like white people food is kind of ass, especially if you ever eat white people food in Europe. Like that's real white people food. You go up north in Europe, dude, that is like actual white people food. That shit is ass cheeks. Okay, you need to have a motherfucker with some melon and make something, because otherwise that shit is gonna be bad. Okay, it's just like, that is just facts. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. Literally go eat like British cuisine in England and then talk to me. Okay? So like I try to be like, so what's the, you know, who are your minorities? Like where is the food, the real food to eat? Because so far, like I downloaded this app. They have their own fucking, they don't have Uber Eats, they have their own delivery app, and there's like 3 restaurants, bro. 3 restaurants, and it's like Asian food, which is like, I see no motherfucking Asian person here, not even tourists, okay? I do not trust Croatian Asian food. I will not be trying that shit. Like Australia, bomb ass Asian food, close to Asian countries, hella Asian population. Like I'm eating that shit there. It's gonna be good. Croatia, there ain't no motherfucking Asians here, bro. Even the tourists aren't Asian. How have you cultivated the tourist population and there's not even like a big chunk of Asians in the tourism population? Like how the fuck? Yeah, so I was just like, yeah, who are you guys racist to? Like explain to me so that I can eat some good food. Anyway, and like, yeah, there's Asian food, which is like no shot. So the guys were telling me like it's there's like smash burger. He's like smash burger, and it's like, bro, that is like, I'm not trying to eat a burger. Like I'm from America, you know what I mean? Like what the fuck? Like that's crazy. I have the best of the best, you know? So I'm not about to have a burger. And then there's also pizza. It's like burger, pizza. Eat Jevap. Jevap means answer. What the fuck is Jevapi? The Asians are in Zagreb. Oh, okay. Well, they're not in fucking Old Town, let me tell you. When people in Croatia ask where you're from, do you say Turkey or America? Of course I say America. I can't hide that, dude. Look at me. Like only after the conversation continues do I say I'm Turkish. And then they get really stoked because like a lot of Croatians have been to Istanbul and shit, I think. But like, honestly, do I look like I could tell some motherfucker I'm not American? Look at me. Look at me, dude. I walk up, I'm like, hey, what's up? Where are your minorities? Where can I play basketball? Why are you so tall that you're not playing basketball? This doesn't make any sense to me. What the fuck is a handball? Like, this is the type of shit that like no one else has this level of like idiotic self-entitlement. I am so American in that regard. Where are your minorities is crazy, bro. Yeah, dog, it's not crazy. If you're trying to eat food, like, listen, let me tell you like this, okay? Pushes come to shove, you're hungry, and you don't want to eat the same fucking turkey medallion again, okay? You gotta sometimes, You gotta take it up to you literally when you're in a situation where you're just like, bro, I need to eat like some decent food, please. You have to sometimes you just gotta come out of pocket like that. Okay? You gotta come out of pocket and just be like, where are the minorities? Where are the people that you're racist to? Like, explain to me, because I need to eat some good food, actually. Because like everything else here is like, it's all right. Because I don't eat seafood. I'm sure the Croatian seafood is like bomb. You know what I mean? Bro is standing racism for some good food, fair cause. No, no, it's not me standing racism. It's me just, getting down to brass tacks. Yeah, basketball is kind of not popular. Our local team is in first Croatian league, and we have around 500 to 100 people in the crowd, maybe a bit more when there's a matchup with the best teams. Yeah, this is kind of a bummer. What is this? All these Balkan states seem cool on their own, but don't you think it'd be cool if they were all united under the same banner? Seems like an interesting idea to talk to the locals about, don't you think? Bro, that's what I'm saying. I should definitely bring that up. I should definitely bring that up to the locals and be like, listen, I know it's kind of awkward for me to say this as a person of Turkish background, but like, don't you think it would be better if there was like a much larger entity that controlled the entire region, under one banner? I'm just saying, listen, hear me out. But like, don't you feel like that would be better? Or the second best option, if you don't want the best, second best option, bring back Tito. Okay? Tito is Yugoslavia. I'm just saying, let's give it another shot. Okay? Hey, arrest me. Okay? Arrest me for having good ideas. I'm sorry. Arrest me for having some good fucking ideas. All right? Don't fuck around and say that. Seriously? No, I'm not going to say that. I don't want to be a dickhead. Found this. Croatia is inhabited mostly by Croats, 91.63, while minorities include Serbs, 3.2%. Yeah. Yeah, that's when you know the food is going to be cooked, dude. You're like, what's your minorities looking like here? And they're like, oh, it's more white guys, actually. You didn't like salmon or shrimp? I don't eat any seafood. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's get started. I'm an hour early because like, it's fucking, I want to start at like 7 p.m. at least here. It's like a little bit more reasonable. And I'm live. Do we have a blast off meme? Croatia talking. SCOTUS declares Trump God King. Biden talks to family and decides not to drop out. Far right wins big in first French elections and more. Get in now. It's my biggest L that I don't eat seafood, I know. Maybe Will knows because he did semester at sea. Yeah, he gave me advice, but it was like advice that a 20-year-old would have. He's like, yeah, get drunk at the old city and then jump off the fucking bars. There's a wall where you can jump into the water. I'm like, dude, I'm 32. Like, are you on crack? Like, I'm definitely not going to get drunk at the old city and jump into the water from the castle wall. Like, that sounds like a fast track recipe for me to get whiplash, break my fucking neck, die in the most embarrassing way possible, shit my pants. It'll be on fucking Croatian news. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, this big Ottoman son died in the funniest way possible. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? What's the problem with seafood? It's my problem. I just can't fucking eat seafood. It sucks. Like, I know it's, I'm sure it's delicious. It's just not to me. I can't eat it. Anyway, all right. I'll use the Silence Austin one. Fuck, man, it's hot. Famous YouTuber dies. Here it is, boys, girls, MBs, blasting the freak off, okay? Dude, this camera setup is so good. It's so much better than my fucking home camera that I feel like people are going to start looking forward to me traveling. Because, like, the audio is exactly the same. And the camera is literally better when I'm not at home. I realize that. I recognize that. I know. And I'm live early. This dude is live early. I'm telling you, Croatia, making him act different. It is making me act different because of the time difference, okay? It's like, dude, it is so fucking... I wake up at, like, what? I wake up at 10. I do this whole day, and I'm sitting there just like... There's only so many fucking articles I can read. You know what I mean? There's only so many goddamn articles I can read until I'm like, I need to fucking say the things in my mind from the articles that I've read. I'm just like live reacting to articles by myself. You know? Angle is trash. Really? I think this angle's fine. No jet lag. I mean, yes and no. I downed some ZQL last night. I woke up at like 2. I ate some ZQL, and then that fucking cooked me a little bit because then I couldn't wake up early enough. Anyway, you have a beautiful mind, by the way. Thank you. It's nice. Did you pack your Zin with you? What do you think, brother? What do you fucking think? You think I'm gonna be caught dead in this lawless fucking land without Zins? You think I'm gonna fucking be out here for like almost a goddamn week without like having my Zin, dude? Every time I travel, I get a fucking bag of Nicorette and I got my Zins with me. The Supreme Court completely obliterated my career in 2 days. Are you a lawyer? Are we talking about Chevron, or are we talking about the Trump one? Are you the guy who's Wait, are you Jack Smith? Chatter's like, I'm Jack Smith, by the way. I'm a chemical regulatory specialist. Oh shit, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, it was one or the other. You know what I mean? Either you're literally Jack Smith, whose career got obliterated today, or anyone who's in the regulatory business. Yeah, RIP to Jack, a fallen soldier, just like that chatter. Hey, yo, is there any way I can bring a little weed with me overseas? I'm flying from New York City to Greece and then to London. I don't want to go 5 weeks without a little weed. Bro, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm the worst person to ask this. 1, because I don't smoke. And 2, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Like, can you get away with it? Maybe. Do you want to risk it? Probably not. You know, we're about to have a Brittany Griner situation on our hands. Greece is about to be like, listen, you have to release all of the Greek political prisoners. We have this one Hasanabi head who came in here with some fucking edibles, you know? Just come here to Canada. We got head shops in every corner. That would require me going to Canada, so no thanks. Anyway, but yeah, I'm early, I'm live, I'm alive. We got a lot of news to cover today because there's a lot going on in the world. Starting out with the Supreme Court. That's right. Supreme Court has ruled on Trump's claims of immunity in the election case, which is pretty fucking crazy. Things are getting pretty crazy out here. Okay. Damn, you're gonna do that to Canada on Canada Day? Sorry, I didn't know it was Canada Day. Canada Day, Dr. Disrespect's anniversary. Like, these are things that I do not, you know, they do not cross my mind. I'll be talking about the bad parts of this and maybe the good part, okay? The good hypotheticals. Why is Chatterino pink? I don't know. Wait, they think Biden has Havana syndrome? That's awesome. I love that. Anyway. Justice Sotomayor says the president is now a king above the law. Yeah, I know. We're going to get to that. Sotomayor wrote a whole lot about that. Let's take a look at what... Oh, shit. Is it effing again? What's happening? I turned this shit on and the laptop went crazy mode for a second. All right. Let's get started.
Paula Reed, I know you've been listening to this decision. What have we heard?
We have. Of course, this is not a thumbs up, thumbs down. This is a complicated decision. We just got it here. It's an opinion from Chief Justice John Roberts, finding that former presidents are entitled to absolute immunity for official acts, but not for unofficial acts. So what does that translate to? Well, this is something we saw that was sort of signaled in...
Let me tell you, okay? Anything you can massage into the official act category, you can get away with. Like, for example... If, let's say, the current sitting president orders SEAL Team 6, as is in his purview as commander-in-chief, to assassinate his political rivals, that is technically under the purview of the presidency. If, for example, the president, sitting president, decides to do a military coup, that's now legal. Let's go, boys. Let's have some fun with it. Why the fuck not? You feel me? Okay. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. What is happening? Dark Brandon time.
Or argument, because what this means is that the former president cannot be prosecuted for anything that was officially part of his job when he was in office. And that's significant because even his own lawyers conceded during oral argument that not everything that is alleged in this indictment was an official act. So now the question is, what does the special counsel do here? He could potentially try to cull down this indictment to a more narrow one, just focusing on unofficial acts, and then try to proceed with this case. Still an open question, though, about whether even a slimmed down case could go before the election. 3 reasons for that. One, the judge overseeing this, Judge Tanya Chutkan, she has signaled that the lawyers should get some lead time on this. I mean, we're a couple months out from the election. The idea of putting the Republican candidate for the presidency on trial, where he would have to be in court months, weeks before the election, that's something that would likely have us right here again before the Supreme Court. Also, the Attorney General, unlikely to allow something to go ahead that quickly, but we'll see. But right now, this decision, the Supreme Court finding that former presidents are entitled to absolute immunity for official acts, but not for unofficial acts. This opinion, very, very long. It's going to take us a while to get through everything.
Right now, I'm looking at an excerpt from the Roberts written decision. He says, quote, Trump asserts a far broader immunity than the limited one we have recognized.
Send habit to Gitmo. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Get freaky with it. Get fucking freaky with it. Throw all the governors that you don't like in Guantanamo Bay. Okay? Fuck it. Literally go into the Department of Education and wipe out all the records. Who's going to stop you? Who's going to stop you? You're the president. It's an official presidential purview. Okay? Do it. Do the damn thing. Fucking YOLO mode. Okay? SCOTUS said Iran-Contra was unprosecutable. Nixon. Literally, Nixon. Everything Nixon did, vindicated. Okay? Wasn't wrong.
Meaning the court. The text of the clause provides little support for the absolute immunity claim that Trump asserts. So they're rejecting that. But in essence, all of the details as to the allegations made, the accusations made in the Jack Smith indictment of Donald Trump, not all of them, but many of them, the court is saying, we are sending this back to the district court. They have to decide whether Trump's communications with the American people, calling them to rally to the Capitol on January 6th, and everything that happened after that, the disruption of the counting of the electoral votes, the sham electors scheme, all of that, whether or not that's an official act.
I mean, I'm just saying, why wouldn't it be an official act? He did it with the Department of Justice. Half the shit he did, he was the president talking to a governor. Literally everything Donald Trump has done in office, things that he was impeached for, like a pay-for-play scheme, holding up congressionally approved funding to Ukraine, with threats that if you don't find me blackmail on my political rival, technically that is not illegal. You're the president. You're talking to a foreign official. That's like well within your purview. Okay. This is entirely presidential, which is so crazy because like as the president, you can still do illegal shit as the president. Okay. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, that's Nixon. Nixon did that, right? Nixon did that. Donald Trump did that too, which is crazy. And I said this before when like this was first being brought in front of the Supreme Court. I thought, they'll probably do like some fucking silly ass carve out, right? They'll probably try to do like a silly ass carve out at most. They won't give him like immunity as like immunity for things that the president can do as the president. They won't give him like they won't shelter him from that because that's like broad reaching. That's a broad reaching decision. And it's completely antithetical to like the founders, right? And what this country's foundation looks like. I mean, this is like the idea that no one is above the law, the idea that we do not want God, king, emperors. Like that was perhaps one of the only American principles that I agree with and that is supposed to be held up in theory, right? This is a direct attack against that. This is a direct attack against that principle. This is a direct attack against the founders, right? I'm not saying that like people are obviously not, I'm not saying that people held on to that value. Like I'm sure, yes, of course, in the United States of America, many people are above the law, but never officially, right? Like never to this degree. So it is really damning. This is a really damning decision, especially a president being like, yeah, no, actually, we've decided that presidents can do whatever the fuck they want. We've decided presidents are above the law. Like it's pretty goddamn un-American, you know?
Act has to be determined by the U.S. District Court. And Ellie Honig, you were saying what's most significant about that is the U.S. Supreme Court could have said, we're remanding this to the district court, to the lower court, and whatever they say goes, and we will uphold that. They didn't say that.
Exactly. To the contrary. This case will not go before the election. It will not be tried before the election, and here's why. Supreme Court has just said there is such thing as criminal immunity. The test, as we anticipated, is essentially official acts versus unofficial acts. We're sending it back to the district court, and this is an important detail, the court says several times, whatever the district court finds can be appealed before trial. Jack Smith had made an argument of, well, maybe the district judge, the trial judge, can work it out and send it to the jury, and then the jury can separate official from unofficial acts. Several times in this opinion, the Supreme Court, the majority, says explicitly whatever the judge decides about what's official or unofficial, what's immune or not immune, that can be appealed back up. 0% chance that happens before November.
So why?
I like that we have the distinction now, which is like official crimes versus unofficial crimes. Like, if he steals a fucking candy bar, like that's prosecutable, right? But as president, if he sends the SEAL Team 6 to go and, I don't know, steal all the candy bars from the factory directly, then it's like, well, technically he's authorized to do that. So it's like within the official scope of the presidency, or at least something that you can defend on that idea. That's wild. I saw a reporter tweet earlier basically saying that after this, if Trump wins, he's going to start every sentence as an official act. He will say it 100 times a day to do anything he wants. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty It's pretty fucked up. Does this mean that a president could never be prosecuted for war crimes? I mean, no president was ever going to be prosecuted for war crimes anyway, but this is definitely official, yes. At least not by the American courts. Surely calling the Georgia governor to ask for votes is unofficial. No, that's the president who maybe genuinely was afraid that there was voter fraud happening and wanted the fucking Georgia governor to investigate and find 11,746 votes. Before today, you could say that that is illegal and ridiculous and what the fuck are you doing? Except after today, well, he did it in a presidential manner. So who's to say it's illegal? Sorry, it's 11,780 votes, not 86. I was wrong. I was off by 6. It's great.
I do that. I mean, if they are saying, hey, we're the U.S. Supreme Court and we're going to have the final say on this no matter what, why not just make it clear? Everything's delineated in the indictment. Why not just make it clear? And if Judge Chutkan decides...
No, the official act isn't legal. He can't be prosecuted is all. Yes. Wait, what did I say? No, yeah, he can do illegal shit.
X, Y, or Z, we will agree with that. Why not just be explicit?
Because the Supreme Court, they're in a court of appeals, they want to see a record, right? And I think, you know, with Judge Chutkan just kind of...
Bro, this guy looks like the shittier version of the general that they have all the time. What was it, McMaster or whatever? You guys can't find another type of guy? What's happening? He looks exactly like that fucking general dude. General Thumb Man.
dismissing out of hand.
That's so irrelevant to the...
all conduct whatsoever. The president has no immunity for all criminal conduct, for any criminal conduct. They've gone back and said, no, you need to go look at this, and then come back to us based upon what we've said in this opinion.
And the other thing is, well, it's the right and rules governing when and how to appeal aren't set in stone or aren't entirely clear. And I think they felt some need to delineate that this is an appealable order. They aren't always, and sometimes some things you have to wait to appeal until the end of a trial. They're giving whoever it is, and probably Trump, the opportunity to appeal during trial.
Well, let me ask you, do you think that if Judge Chutkan had ruled differently initially and said, basically closer to this, the conversations with the Justice Department are clearly official acts, I'm not going to count them, but the other ones, like if there had been a less of a...
Bro, like the conversation with the Justice Department or official acts is so crazy, like that, even that in and of itself literally means that you can legally do a coup or illegally do a coup, and if it works, then that's great. If it doesn't work, it's still not prosecutable because you did it as the president. Like, that is what this... maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but like, remember the hypothetical that I brought forward to you guys, and then they literally used that shit early on against the Supreme Court, where like, I think it was Sotomayor who asked the question to Trump's prosecutors, or Trump's lawyers, and was like, so do you think the president can use SEAL Team 6 to assassinate someone? And they said, yes, under a hypothetical, that could be perfectly valid. That could be perfectly considered permissible. That is literally now, after the Supreme Court decision, like, maybe I'm wrong, and I'm just going off of like what I read from what Sotomayor was saying, but that kind of feels like that's what's allowed now. That is like allowed. It's valid. So to them, to everyone listening, I say, Joe, send them in, baby. Put a bunch of fucking doorbusters up in this bitch, okay? Send them to Mar-a-Lago. Send them to Mar-a-Lago. Send the fucking door kickers in the Mar-a-Lago. Get it done. You feel me? Get it done. It's not illegal. The Supreme Court gave you the opportunity. Don't be a bitch. That's the only way you're going to win. Okay? Yeah, I mean, she literally brought this up, which was like a hypothetical, but now not so hypothetical. Sotomayor's dissent. The president of the United States is the most powerful person in the country and possibly the world. When he uses official powers in any way under the majority's reasoning, he now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders the Navy SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival, immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power, immune. Take a bribe in exchange for a pardon, immune, 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 immune. Which, by the way, it's ironic because with the exception of like ordering SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival, Trump basically did the other two things. That is the reason why they're having this fucking deliberation. That's the reason why the majority, supermajority Republican Supreme Court made this decision known. The entire reason why this happened was because Trump was doing that, okay? He tried to do the shittiest coup of all time, no military riz whatsoever, constantly kept calling the generals gay and fucking woke and losers, so they didn't do a coup with him, but he still tried nonetheless, turned into an insurrection, yada, yada, yada. That's one thing. The other thing is he also did quid pro quo with other foreign leaders. Like he straight up did that. He also, and this is, I can't say this with 100% certainty, but I'm pretty sure there was a lot of fuckery going on with the presidential pardons as well. This motherfucker pardoned Paul Manafort, Steve Bannon, and every other person that was in his like orbit on his like up until the last day of office. So it's pretty wild. And none of that shit's prosecutable because that's like within the purview of the president. Whew, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty wild shit, dude. This is like, I feel like this is a constitutional crisis, but I guess at this point, we're so used to it, we just don't even think about it. We're just like, whatever, you know? Whatever. Is that why you're streaming from abroad as an insurance policy so Trump can't go after you win? First of all, the entire world is America's playground. If an American president wanted me assassinated, they could do so. And they basically could do so before. But now they definitely can do so. Okay? It is what it is. This is, Nixon vindicated, baby. That's right. My Maoist king, Richard Jebediah Nixon, vindicated. Total and utter cultural victory, total and utter legal victory. Why are we even chirping about this guy? He was good. He was not bad. Watergate was awesome. We should do more Watergates, actually. Anyway, I like how they made political assassinations officially legal for the world. Yeah, Watergate is chill, dude. I don't know what you guys are fucking chirping about. Anyway, I mean, look, you might be saying, Hasan, aren't you a little bit hypocritical? After all, you don't give a fuck. You are basically God King at the top of the hour. You serve a 3-minute ad break. And to you, I say, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely goddamn right. I do serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. And honestly, there's not really much you can do about it, with the exception of subscribing for $5 or for free. I'm not a crook, neither is Nixon. And if you don't want to be cooked at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Switch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Some of you might have noticed I'm an hour early, and that's because I'm in Europe, okay, and in European time. And honestly, I kind of like it. I kind of like starting at 10 a.m. I wouldn't be able to do that in Los Angeles because that would require me to wake up at 5 a.m. But yeah. Why you look like this right now? Okay, bro. We got to chill out with this, okay? Listen. Thank you for saying I'm yacked. It's kind of fucked up, though. Don't say true. You guys suck. Don't say true. Don't say true to that. God damn it. Anyway, we'll get through the Sotomayor dissent in a second. Let's continue.
The sweeping, of course he can be indicted on any of this stuff, ruling by Judge Chutkan. Would this not have been ended up where it was today? Did she open?
I like that they also were like, hey, by the way, if you do try to continue prosecuting him, you got to bring it back up to us again. And who knows what we'll say next time. You know what I mean?
The door for a decision like this.
She did. I think Judge Chutkan's going to have a lot of regret. When she issued her opinion, it just said there's no such thing as automatic immunity for everything a president does his whole 4 years. When I was reading that, I said, okay.
And the Supreme Court said, hold up, that's not true, actually. We've decided that you're wrong. That's crazy, man. That's a... Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? It's a clown show. Total fucking clown show.
Where's Part B? I expected Part B to be, and I find, having reviewed the record and reviewed the documents, and I find that even if there is such thing as immunity, he was outside the scope. And by the way, that's what the Court of Appeals did on their ruling. The problem is, as Jim was saying, the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, they're not fact finders. This can only be done at the district court level. And so I suspect Judge Chutkan is feeling some regret. It wasn't like it was some leap of logic that she should do that. This happens. There are hearings. For example, in the Georgia case, Mark Meadows is trying to get his case.
Yeah, actually, it's the district court judge's fault. Yeah, totally. Bro, that's crazy, okay? Like, I'm sure if she crossed her T's and dotted her I's, the SCOTUS would have fucking reacted in the same way that they're going to react to this, because they are not a serious legal body. They are not actually applying some kind of interpretation that is differing from one another. Okay, they're just literally managing the influence that they have alongside the interest that they have. Okay, that's why when you're a Republican, you fucking react like a Republican would. If you're a Democrat, you react like a Democrat would. Like, there's some differences. You know, you have like a little bit of a centrism, at least for those institution lovers in the Supreme Court. You know, John Roberts being one of them now. But ultimately, yeah, this was the expected. This was the, well, not to this degree, but like some kind of mechanism to defend Donald Trump, to ensure that Donald Trump's court case is not held before he officially becomes president, was the ultimate goal here.
Over to federal court. The question there is almost the same thing. Was Mark Meadows in or out of the scope? You know what the federal judge did there in Georgia? He held a hearing. Mark Meadows testified. He said, I find, based on this hearing, you're outside the scope. If Judge Chutkan had done that, we'd be in a very different position.
Where I don't agree with that, though, is that either of the parties would have had an opportunity to appeal the portion of that opinion that they did not agree with, because it would have been somewhat of a split the baby gobbledygook that they would have had a right to appeal. You can't tell me that either Jack Smith or Trump's team would not have attempted to take it up, and the Supreme Court would have created similar gobbledygook.
But we would have had an answer
today.
Right now.
Well,
if she'd already done the hearing, we'd know right now.
They would have gone up to the Supreme Court, though, and I think
we'll never know. This is on Earth. This is on Earth too. All I can tell you is, having been covering the U.S. Supreme Court and you know, and they're just to go back to Bush v. Gore.
Yeah.
The reason that the conservative court in Bush v. Gore was able to do what they did is because the Florida Supreme Court let them.
Yeah.
The Florida Supreme Court made so many bad decisions and bad rulings, it was easy for the U.S. Supreme Court to come in and say, no, stop the count.
Yeah, what's interesting here, and there's a great line, I'm skimming it very quickly, in Justice Sotomayor's dissent, where she says, you know, the majority pays lip service to this idea that the president is not above the law, and then in effect says that for certain official acts, the president is in fact above the law. It's how do you sort out what this actually means?
Let's do that right now, because in the oral arguments, there were certain examples that were given. Let's explore a couple of those and what today's decision means. The first one was raised by Justice Sonia Sotomayor back in, was this April? What about getting SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival? Let's roll that tape.
If the president decides that his rival is a corrupt person and he orders the military or orders someone to assassinate him, is that within his official acts that for which he can get immunity?
It would depend on the hypothetical, but we can see that could well be an official act.
That was a stunning moment in April. Did the court just say, yeah, you can assassinate a political rival?
No, I don't think they did. That's a ridiculous answer by Donald Trump's team, a dangerous and reckless answer. One really important thing.
Why? Like, no, that is what the Supreme Court said, though. What do you mean? Oh, that's a ridiculous and dangerous answer? No, that is literally what the Supreme Court decided. Like, that is what it is. You can consider that to be fucking reckless or dangerous, but that is ultimately the case. I feel like, you know how I've talked a lot about Americans in the Western world coping with, like, how much better they are than, like, Eastern traditions and stuff? Like, we orientalize bribery. We're like, oh, Pakistan, India, there's so much bribery there. And then we codify it, right? We codify bribery. We make it legal within the boundaries of federal regulation, you know, federal regulation, right? What do? We call it lobbying. Corporate lobbying is legal. It's somehow different than bribery. And I feel like this is, you know, this is a very Russia moment. You know, we talk about like, oh, Vladimir Putin assassinates his political rivals. Like, it's really fucked up. And it's like, here we have the American Supreme Court literally saying like, no, it's fine. Like, it's illegal, but it's within, it's an official, as long as it's an official act, it's not prosecutable. So how is that any different then? Like, how is that any different? How is that any fucking different? Like, we're over here chirping about Russia all day, every day, but we're like, yeah, no, it's actually legal now, so it's different. We're doing it through legal channels.
The basis for Donald Trump's legal argument that maybe he can order an assassination and still be okay is this preposterous argument that they offered below that, well, a president can only be indicted if he's first impeached by the House and convicted by the Senate. The Supreme Court explicitly rejected that argument. They said impeachment has nothing to do with this. That's not the test.
To your question, Jake, someone's got to decide what's the official act, right? And that, the challenge here, and this was what Sotomayor was getting at in her point, somebody has to make the call as to whether even the preposterous...
Like, it's just so stupid. You just added another hurdle to clear. Oh, is this an official act actually, or is this not an official act actually? Who gives a fuck? What do you mean? Like, that's insane. It's just illegal. What you are adding an unnecessary hurdle, an additional bar to clear in order to prosecute a former president. Okay, that's ridiculous. And they did this with fucking Chevron deference too. They did this with the other decision. Now you can't have a regulatory agency act under the boundaries of like any of the former acts that gave the EPA and all these other federal regulatory agencies the power to fucking react, which they rarely ever do so anyway. But when they did, now they can't do that. Now they're open to litigation. Like, now a court has to fucking come in and decide whether or not they're allowed to do certain things. And that in and of itself is also adding another additional layer to the regulatory body's mechanisms. It's just completely, utterly unnecessary. And the ultimate goal is to basically allow presidents to do whatever the fuck they want without any sort of legal scrutiny. That's number one. And allow corporations to do whatever the fuck they want without any sort of regulatory scrutiny. It's great. And this happened in the same fucking week, by the way. The Supreme Court is nutty, dude. They're so insane.
SEAL Team 6 example falls under the ambit of official acts, and that's litigation in months in court.
No, agreed. I think that's something that will have to be decided by the trial court if we were faced with that preposterous type of scenario. No doubt about it.
Jamie.
I just have a quick question for the lawyer. So one of the big concerns is getting evidence out in front of voters before November. We now don't think a trial
We're not gonna get it.
is possible.
No.
Is it possible, one lawyer just texted, would an evidentiary hearing be a way for Jack Smith to get some of that evidence out there in the public record.
Sure. So the district judge now has to have an evidentiary hearing. She can absolutely do that before the election. She can hear from witnesses. We're not going to get a verdict. I guess the judge will say some things were official or unofficial, but there's not going to be a convicted felon tag hung on Donald Trump for this case. I also should add, this is a major problem for the Georgia case because the factual allegations are very similar for Fani Willis's case. Now, that case is beset by its own series of problems, but now they're going to have to contend with this immunity problem as well.
On to the timing of all of this.
The Midas Touch guys did a video on
Michael Popak, let's talk about how the
my goats at Midas Touch.
Absolute immunity decision by the Supreme Court granting Donald Trump where their sentencing happening on.
I don't know why we're watching this. Like, I love their, fast-paced shit, but oh boy, big news. The only thing literally stopping us from having lead in our food is state level regulatory agencies that are underfunded. Yeah, well, good luck. Dude, everyone's talking about like fucking microplastics making everybody gay. Guess what, dude? You're going to get a lot of those. You're going to get a lot more microplastics, baby. What are you going to do? We have no fucking regulation. Anyway, yeah, Sotomayor's dissent is pretty powerful. It's good to go through it a little bit. The Supreme Court rules. Here's the senior writer of Slate doing that for us, the summarization. The Supreme Court rules that President Trump has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for all official acts, in air quotes, he took while in office. The vote is 6-3 with all the liberals dissenting. Sotomayor dissenting says, today's decision shields presidents from prosecution for criminal and treasonous acts and makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government that no man is above the law. That's like inherently the most un-American decision that the Supreme Court could have taken, by the way. The founding fathers, they didn't agree on whether or not you should be able to have slaves or not, right? Pretty fucked up if you ask me. But there was two things that they were united on, okay? Well, with some exceptions, but for the most part, the spirit of like the American nation's development, the fundamentals, the one good thing that they maintained for the most part was no man is above the law and presidents are not God kings. Okay, no emperors, no monarchs, none of that shit. And also secularism too, but that's like, even that's being called the question right now. You got the Louisiana Supreme Court, you got Oklahoma with the Bible reading and whatever in public school. So like even they're fucking ripping that shit apart too. They're just flexing at this point. I feel like the American Christian nationalist right is basically just, in flex mode. They're like, what are you going to do about it, bitch? We'll do whatever the fuck we want. But ultimately, like, the entire spirit of this nation was built on the idea that presidents can't be fucking emperors and that no man is above the law, right? Why is there even a system of checks and balances if that's not the case? Anyway, but yeah, now they have very openly declared, no, some men are above the law, actually, presidents, who are kind of like God kings in that sense. You were in a TikTok slide with 2 million likes. Created didn't like your tweet though. Yeah, I saw that. Anyway, we watched it earlier. I don't know why the creator didn't like my tweet. It's fucked up. Project 2025 incoming, they told you. Guys, you need to understand something. Biden is currently president. This is why I keep telling you motherfuckers, like, Project 2025 is nothing because it's everything. Okay? It's not like this is a new thing. This is like what I've been warning everyone about for years and years and years. Republicans, like, very early on realized, oh, if we do court packing, if we just put ideological judges and justices and we slam them into the fucking court structure, we can just completely capture the judiciary. And then we can just no longer have to utilize the legislative body. There's too much discourse. There's too much back and forth in the legislative body. We can always say states' rights, states' rights, states' rights, and move our initiatives through state legislatures that, you can absolutely cook the books on through districting. and basically pass like insane legislation at the state level, and then have that be tested in the courts and go all the way up to the Supreme Court so that it's like actually considered valid and permissible. And that's precisely what has been happening. It's not like this is a new phenomena, right? This is not Project 2025. This was Project 2005, okay? This was Project 2000. You know, it's not a new thing. Yeah, don't forget the unitary executive doctrine. The GOP openly believes that the USA should be a dictatorship. Yes, they've been doing that. You told me to break up with my girlfriend because she didn't watch the debate. She actually broke up with me yesterday, so I'm all set for the next debate at least. Hell yeah, brother. That's right. You did the right thing. Or she did. This isn't even touching on the other case released today. If you remember, the Chevron decision lets anyone sue and judges can randomly overturn any new regulation. The one today makes the Chevron retroactive, and now you can sue over decades-old regulations, incoming 10,000 lawsuits to shut down all the agencies. Yeah, that way, by the way, you don't even need the fucking president. You don't even need the president to be a Republican so he can like cripple the institutions by refusing to fucking appoint people into the positions that you normally would appoint people to, or appoint like Scott Pruitt or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you can just straight up leave out the regulatory agencies to fucking die in the hands of like an endless amount of litigation from corporations. It's great. It's wonderful. It's awesome. Thank you so much to the Supreme Court. I mean, this is the most fucked up Supreme Court. Holy shit. I mean, obviously, you know, we had some Supreme Courts in the past with the whole slavery stuff, but like this is pretty bad, man. This is pretty fucking far reaching. It's pretty bad overall. You know, it's up there. One of the worst Supreme Courts. Shout out to RBG. Oh yeah, shouts out to RBG. My goat, my queen. Thank God. Thank God she didn't retire. Anyway, she hashtag resisted. Yeah, except she couldn't resist cancer for the 12th fucking time. Incoming poison baby formula. Wait, isn't there literally a Johnson court case right now specifically about the poison baby formula? Am I crazy? Did I imagine that? I mean, I know Johnson & Johnson literally did sell poison baby formula. That's like not a joke. That's like, oh, anyway. Justice Sotomayor, with whom Justice Kagan and Justice Jackson joined dissenting. Today's decision grants the former president criminal immunity, reshapes the institution of the presidency. It makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government, that no man is above the law. Relying on little more than its own misguided wisdom about the need for bold and unhesitating action by the president, Annie 3 at 3:13, the court gives former President Trump all the immunity he asked for and more, because our Constitution does not shield a former president from answering for criminal and treasonous acts. I dissent. Never in the history of our republic has a president had reason to believe that he would be immune from criminal prosecution if he used the trappings of his office to violate the criminal law. Moving forward, however, all former presidents will be cloaked in such immunity. If the occupant of that office misuses official power for personal gain, the criminal law that the rest of us must abide will not provide a backstop. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. Today's decision, Mark Joseph Stern follows, says, is about as big a win for Trump as he could have possibly wanted or expected. The conservative supermajority creates a sweeping new kind of presidential immunity that will insulate many of his alleged criminal acts from indictment and prosecution. Just huge. Justice Sotomayor's dissent is one of the most terrified and terrifying pieces of judicial writing I've ever encountered. She lists the criminal acts that the presidents can now take with the Immunity Act and says the president is now a king above the law. Yeah, we talked about this already. I covered this part already. You can order the Navy SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival. You can organize a military coup to hold on to power. That's now legal. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon. Legal. Immune. Not even legal. It's still illegal. It's just that he's immune. So, like, it might as well be considered legal. I guess. If you want to be a semantics pervert about it, I know many lawyers are going to correct me on this and say, actually, it's not legal. It's still illegal. It's just that the president has immunity, which is true. You're right about that. Wonderful stuff. How about removing Supreme Court justices? Brother, technically, you could remove them from breathing, okay? I'm just saying. Technically, the president could do that. Okay? This is such a good take. Where is it? Hold on. Yeah, this is such a good take because this is exactly how Republicans operate. I think the ruling is fine. What if I become president one day? I want that sweet, sweet immunity. Yeah, that energy is the exact same type of energy that dumbass fucking Americans have with respect to tax cuts and deregulation. It's like, bro, you work at a gas station, okay? You make $22,000 a year. These tax cuts are not for you. This deregulation is not for you. It actually harms you, but you don't even understand it. But it's like, well, what if one day I'm rich and a business owner, and then all those fucking poors just like me right now, they better watch out. Anyway, even if these nightmare scenarios never play out, and I pray they never do, the damage has been done. The relationship between the president and the people he serves has shifted irrevocably. Irrevocably. Am I saying that right? I don't know. Irrevocably. Irrevocably, right? Or is it irrevocably? I think it's irrevocably. In every use of the official power, the president is now a king above the law. Both Sotomayor and Jackson below are extremely skeptical of the majority's arbitrary and irrational distinction between the official and unofficial acts will allow accountability for Trump or any other future president. Yeah, as long as it's official, okay, you're fucking clear, baby. Brandon should do an official act, is what I mean, okay? Brandon, I know your brain is not too good. Okay, I know I've asked you to retire, but let me tell you, okay, I take everything back. Brandon, it's just you and me right now. I'm in this room. It's just you and me. Listen to my words, okay, Brandon? Joseph Robinette Biden, you are the president. Do some official acts, perhaps against the Supreme Court, perhaps against your other political rivals. Perhaps you should do an official act like abolish student loan debt. You can do that. It is an official act. Do it illegally. You can do it illegally now. You have immunity. Brandon, make sure your legacy sticks. You want to be the new FDR, dude? Make it fucking stick. Use the army. Use the CIA. Take out the fucking stroke gun that you used on Bernie Sanders and start using it on everybody else. I don't know. Okay? Take out the car crash gun that you used on John Fetterman. Bust it out. Whip it out. Give him Havana syndrome. You can do it. Fuck it. YOLO mode. You can do whatever the fuck you want. No, not even in a video game, brother. Not even in a video game. In real life, I mean. Okay? Why am I meaning that? Because the Supreme Court told you can do it. The Supreme Court told you can do it. You're the president right now, Brandon. You are not the vice president. I know your brain's no good, and you probably forgot that you're president, but let me tell you, okay? You currently are the president. Oh! Brandon hit me with the fucking Fizzle gun. My shit got fizzled. Coca-Cola, drinking Coca-Cola with a Pepsi shirt. Yeah, this Pepsi shirt I've owned for years. I don't like Pepsi, but I'm drinking Coke Zero. Is that like when you got Adidas socks on with your fucking Nike shoes? Because that's what I'm doing. If you're worried about the presidential immunity ruling, good news is that it almost certainly won't apply to them presidents. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, let's be real. That's for, you know, Republican presidents only. That is a certainty. Okay, do you think he remembers saying this? Yeah, good thing it's not politicized, dude. He was so right to not do that. What did I tell you? Here's another Hasanabi classic. At the time, people would be like, Hasan, but if we expand the Supreme Court, then they'll expand it again when a Republican's in power. And I was like, yeah, dude, make it 900 Supreme Court justices. I don't give a fuck. What are you, stupid? It's just for this current leadership, for this current tenure, for these 4 years, expand it so you can actually fucking use it. Because you currently can't use it. It's being weaponized against you. So literally fucking use it. It's already politicized, stupid. You're so stupid. And I said this back then. People were like, oh, what about the institutions? And then what happened? And then what happened, dude? Huh. Make the Supreme Court so big it just becomes another Congress, completely dysfunctional. Yeah, kill it. Burn it with fire if you can't fucking actually use it as it is currently, and you can't. I just hate this fucking dog and pony show where Republicans get to do whatever the fuck they want to do always and forever. And when we ask the Democrat to have like that same energy, it's like, God forbid. Oh my God. Like, I've literally never heard an honest Republican voter turn around and be like, what do you mean? This seems like a really fucked up thing to just like ship undocumented migrants to New York and Chicago without giving them proper go ahead. That seems like human trafficking. I've never heard a Republican voter turn around and be like, yeah, think of the institutions or think of the law. Like, they don't give a shit. They're like, oh, fuck yeah, it's awesome. Violate the law. They did January 6th. They don't give a fuck. No Republican cares. But God forbid a Democrat is like even a little bit outside of the fucking ball game. You know, just like plays it a little serious. Maybe 10% like a Republican does. You're like, whoa, law and order. These institutions are solid. These are golden institutions. We got to fucking defend them. We got to defend them tooth and nail. It's like, what good does that do to you? Institutionalists, and this is another fucking classic Hasanabi take, institutionalists end up destroying institutions because they concede to the Republicans who always and forever are working against the institutions. Okay, so if you're an institutionalist, honest to God, and you're like, well, what about all these rules that we have? And if you want to preserve those rules, if you want to preserve the sanctity of said institutions, you have to fucking play you have to play ball. Sometimes you have to do shit that in the short term look a little crazy. Anyway, so one might ask, what remains of accountability for presidents under the law? I'm asking that. With today's paradigm shift, the majority leaves in place only the chance that this court might someday determine that the criminal conduct in question was an unofficial act, or that the government will somehow rebut the presumption of immunity that applies to president's official acts, such that criminal consequences might attach. But with the parameters of official and unofficial conduct unknown, I think it highly unlikely that a sitting president would feel constrained by these remote possibilities. Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. For kicks, the Supreme Court could retroactively make Watergate legal. I mean, yeah. Seth Mandel. Sounds like the Supreme Court did exactly what Andrew McCarthy predicted, which was to leave the 2 of the 4 charges not only still standing, but arguably maybe even stronger by virtue of Trump's camp's admission that these were indeed private acts. I don't think these guys understand. This is copium. The oral argument for the immunity case, Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrung from Trump's counsel, John Sawyer, a concession of the fake elector scheme as charged, involved private behavior by Trump and his campaign, i.e., it was a political action of an office seeker, not the official action of a president. Even then, you could literally make the argument. You could make the argument that you can just you can grant presidential pardons for money. Okay? You can do that. That is an official act of the presidency. You can do quid pro quo schemes with foreign officials, like Trump tried to do with Ukraine at the time. Yet another official act of the president. That's not like, it's all up to interpretation. And it creates, in my opinion, an entirely unnecessary separate distinction that doesn't need to be there. Okay? Couldn't Trump pardon his recent conviction? That's another constitutional crisis. We don't know. Technically, yes. The federal one, he probably could. I don't think it's ever been done before. It's only been done with like a new president pardoning former presidents. That's been done before. Or other like people acting, acting alongside the president. Iran-Contra comes to mind. But ultimately, even then, it's just the way that the Supreme Court is operating. Do you really think if Trump becomes president and then this fucking case goes through, first of all, he can drop it at the DOJ before, if the case is happening, Trump can shut it down as the president. That's number one. And if he doesn't do that, let's say it happens in like a weird time frame where a decision comes down and basically Trump is found guilty, okay, of criminal conspiracy to like overturn the election results or anything like that, right? Let's say that happens. He could technically pardon himself because it's a federal case. He wouldn't be able to pardon himself in the Georgia one because Georgia is a state prosecution. So for that, he'd have to go to the Georgia governor, which is really funny, but who he hates personally for the entire Georgia RICO and the federal case happening is partially due to the Georgia governor. But ultimately, he could pardon himself. And do I think that this Supreme Court would find that unconstitutional? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Look what they did today. Look what they fucking did today. I don't know. Anyway. Hence, even if the Supreme Court recognizes presidential immunity from prosecution for official acts, Trump's campaign has acknowledged that the fake elector scheme would not be immunized. Moreover, the scheme involves the manufacture of false documents intended to influence the outcome of the congressional proceeding rather than forcible intimidation that prevented the proceeding from happening. Ergo, even after Fisher, it remains chargeable as obstruction under 1512C2. Also, according to this analysis by McCarthy, the court made it possible where before it wasn't to get a trial before the election possible, not automatic. If this is true, the complaining about it will come from people who don't realize the above. That part, when the trial comes, is up to a lot of factors. Yeah, no, the Supreme Court did this and it was actually good is such a wild fucking take. Yeah. Except they didn't have to do this. They could have immediately fucking followed through and been like, yeah, the president is of course not immune from the law. What the fuck are we talking about? And then, you know, move on with it. And actually, because like when Jack Smith brought this up to the Supreme Court, the expectation was either they're going to sit on this or they're going to immediately rule that the president is not immune. And if they immediately rule that the president is not immune, then boom, it's happening. It's like the court process can start. Except the Supreme Court was like, hold on, we need to deliberate on this a little bit. We need to let this fucking sit. And then everybody understood, oh, they're waiting for, they're literally doing a layup. They're helping push this back so that this court proceeding doesn't happen before the election. So this person is fucking delusional for stating that like, oh no, actually the Supreme Court made it easier to fucking prosecute Donald Trump by adding an unnecessary additional fucking hurdle to clear. Which is like, is this an official act or is this an unofficial act? And then that is going to go up to the Supreme Court, potentially. The one dose of cold water McCarthy seemed to pour on the case pre-SCOTUS rules was that the fake electors case may not be as strong as they think it is. But that's another issue. The case seems to survive the court's ruling this morning, so they'll eventually get to test it. Oh, yeah, it's just... Yeah, he's just going to say it's an official act. Like, these guys are... This guy is so stupid. Hypocrisy and testimony seem two different things, but that is above my pay grade. Shut the fuck up, dude. Ay. The actually Andes. Yeah, Seth Mandel, husband to Bethany Mandel, who once famously posted that her sons were spewing like brown bile out of their mouths when the mask mandates were around. Who once famously wrote an article about how you should befriend Nazis on the forward, I think, or tablet. That Bethany Mandel. They're both freaks. Seth and Bethany both. Anyway. I wonder if this woke Durbin up finally. What a gross decision. Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, dick. Sure. You mean, yeah, the Senate Judiciary? I'm certain they're going to fucking finally take action. Like, I would be genuinely shocked if the Senate Judiciary actually, like, if they actually got together and were like, hold up, let's take a look at these fucking SCOTUS, the SCOTUS decisions a little bit. No fucking shot. They should have done that with all of the fucking clear-cut, the clear-cut bribery that they were getting. Guys, Clarence Thomas has gotten $4 million in bribes, okay? Sometimes from the people that he's like deliberating on over the course of since like from 2012 to 2024. What are we talking about? Where's the fucking Senate Judiciary? You think the Republicans would let a fucking sweet opportunity like that go? Fuck no. They held on to Benghazi for Hillary Clinton for years. The Republicans held more congressional hearings on Benghazi than 9/11, okay? The 9/11 Commission was not as comprehensive and as long as the Benghazi shit was. Okay? Understand something. Republicans never let a good crisis go to waste. Democrats, on the other hand, are voluntarily letting the Supreme Court tear the country apart. That's why I'm like, I come across as like a little defeated when I talk about this kind of stuff, because it's just like, what can you do? Anyway, let's see what the Fox News guys are saying about this.
President Trump has given a statement to Fox News Digital in the wake of this decision. I'll read it for you here, and Jonathan Turley, get your take on the other side. Former President Trump said, "I have been harassed by the Democrat Party, Joe Biden, Obama, and their thugs, fascists, and communists for years, and now the courts have spoken. This is a big win for our Constitution and for democracy. Now, I am free to campaign like anyone else. We are leading in every poll by a lot, and we will make America great again." So that's his take, although I mentioned earlier, there's another date on the calendar. This is his July 11th sentencing in New York. And I agree, Jonathan, with him when he says, "I'm free to campaign like anyone else." Will that be true at the end of...
Put him in jail, bro. That'd be so sick. Fuck it. Democrats, put his ass in jail for like literally improperly filing shit. Okay? That's it. That's the meta. That's the way. That's the way this is going to go. Put his ass in Gitmo for mismanaging, for improperly filing, for false records, false business records. Put him in Gitmo. Fuck it, dude. Put him in that Colorado prison on the mountain where all the terrorists and like the fucking worst guys are. What is it called? I forget. ADX, yeah. Put him in ADX Florence, dude. Fuck his ass up. Yeah. Motherfucker's going to ADX Florence for hush money payments made to a porn star. First ever. They're sending his ass to Gitmo. Yeah, put him next to El Chapo Guzman, dude. Fuck it.
Day on July 11th as well?
Well, I would hope that the judge in New York would not impose a jail sentence because I don't think it's warranted under New York law. Oh
my God, my goat, Jonathan Turley, Donald Trump's favorite esteemed legal scholar.
This case is not over. Jack Smith is not going to go quietly into that night. I want to know two other aspects of this opinion to complete this circle. The court deals with the so-called fake electors issue. And it says, look, that question in dealing with state officials is not something that we see as falling in within these core areas. And so the district court's going to have to look at those communications to determine to what extent there is this immunity, presumptive or not, that might apply. But then it also talks about President Trump's January 6th speech and all of his tweets. And the language there seems quite favorable towards President Trump and says that presidents are expected to speak forcibly on issues, forcefully on issues that are important to citizens. And it really puts a emphasis on the fact that this is something that presidents do. Many of us believe, certainly I do, that President Trump's speech was entirely protected under the First Amendment. But the court is also saying this is a function of what presidents do on matters that divide the public. So on that, you have another section that's going to help out the Trump team dramatically in front of the district court. The one area that might be a sticky point is going to be the electors issue. And even Trump's counsel in front of the court acknowledged that that was going to be a tougher one. But otherwise, this is a very good day for the former president. This opinion is quite favorable on most points.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earl.
That's it.
I want to turn to...
Bro, they're not even fucking flexing that hard. That's crazy.
Carrie. And there was... The dissent was written by Justice Sotomayor. We also had from Elena Kagan, from Ketanji Brown Jackson. But I want to start with Justice Sotomayor. And I believe I'm going to pull up, just for the control room, the first Justice Sotomayor. Never in the history, so this is what she said, never in the history of our republic has a president had reason to believe that he would be immune from criminal prosecution if he used the trappings of his office to violate the criminal law. Moving forward, however, all former presidents will be cloaked in such immunity. If the occupant of that office misuses official power for personal gain, the criminal law that the rest of us must abide will not provide a backstop. With fear for our democracy, I dissent.
It's a very strong statement by Justice Sotomayor, and it's understandable from the context of how broad the majority seems to interpret immunity in this case. The majority doesn't just say that the former president is immune for official acts, which it makes very clear. It also really broadens it out. And there's a part that I want to point to in the opinion where it says the immunity we've recognized extends to the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities, covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. And so I think although the court in this case really hands it back down to the lower court in this specific case involving former President Trump, it is tipping the scale for the lower court to really take a very expansive view of what official acts are. So this is a court of confusion in some ways. It tosses so many things back to the lower courts.
And let me just give one specific example that she was talking about, Sotomayor. She talks about what if the president orders the Navy's SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival, immune, organizes a military coup to hold on to power, immune, takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon, immune, 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 immune.
I'm not sure that's accurate. I mean, it's a bit hyperbolic, but I think what that does is nicely underscore that we're going to have some really difficult decisions to make. It's not clear whether there would be immunity. I mean, a district court judge could easily look at that scenario and say, no way. I find that ordering an assassination of a rival through SEAL Team 6, that's out of the scope. So I don't necessarily agree with...
He keeps saying this, but it's like, on principle, yes, it is accurate. Okay? Because a district judge says that, and then it goes back up to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court says no, then what do?
With that extent, but she's right. We now have some very difficult problems to wrestle with.
I think she's a lot closer to right than wrong.
Yes.
I think that when you combine her concerns with the way they articulated this position again and again and again, they come back to this idea that, oh, this immunity is absolutely necessary. Not only is it constitutionally required by separation of powers, but if without it, a president would be chilled from taking bold and decisive action. They repeat that again and again and again. So basically what you have here is the Supreme Court imposing its judgment that that principle, that we must have bold and decisive presidents, is more important than the principle that Justice Sotomayor is advancing, which is we should have presidents who obey the law.
Back with the team here in New York. Tim Naftali, you're a presidential historian. You focused a lot on Nixon. What do you make of this?
This decision was written as if America has never had a corrupt president. This decision is blind to the ways in which presidents have used their core constitutional authorities to hurt the American people. In the 1970s, the Congress of the United States, the courts, and the American people pushed back against something that was called the imperial presidency. The imperial presidency was one that used the color of national security, one of the core presidential authorities, to wiretap people, to break into their homes, to break into their psychiatrist's office, Daniel Ellsberg, to audit their IRS files, all under the color of what the Supreme Court would describe today as a core constitutional authority. Now, those were official acts according to this court, because according to this court, your motive as president doesn't matter. If you do this in order to hurt an American citizen you don't like, to hurt a political opponent, according to this court, it doesn't matter. You have just talked to the CIA, you have just talked to your Attorney General, you have talked to the Secretary of Treasury. By doing so, you are engaging in an official act. This opens the door to abuses of power, the kinds of abuses of power that we had in the Cold War at a time of the imperial presidency. It is beyond belief that a court of people who lived through the 1970s would have forgotten how it was that Richard Nixon abused power.
I mean, I don't think they forgot. I think they're just like, you know, Richard Nixon plus Riz equals Donald Trump. They're chill with it. They know who's buttering their bread, man. That's it. I don't know. That's it. I feel like a lot of people in positions of power recognize that the conditions are worsening and they see the writing on the wall. Like, we got to do a little bit of fascist law and order up in this bitch. You know? So they're just opening up the floodgates to a guy and giving legal, you know, like allowing that to happen legally.
That being generous. There are a lot of people, I think we underestimate this, a lot of people on the right who are conservatives, Republicans, whatever you want to call them, who believe that those Nixon decisions were wrongly decided, who believe that the president did and does have way more power than was applied in that Nixon example. So the fact that this is a sort of redo of the Nixon era is not surprising, in the least to me, because that has been a project on the right for a long time. And one of the interesting things, I mean, I was reading pretty closely Amy Coney Barrett's dissent, in part because she addresses some of the key parts of this. One is that she says it's not right to say that there are not official things that can also be criminal, and that Congress has a say in that, that criminal law has a say in that, and that pushing this to the district court is a justice delayed, justice denied kind of scenario in which you could delay the adjudication of these issues so much.
Dude, do you think there's anything we're going to actually do here? No. Okay, unlike the top of the hour, when there is something you can do when the 3-minute ad break comes, which is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. In that situation, you are not powerless. You know, you have something. In this situation, you are completely powerless. You're just going to have to watch the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. What's happening in the Georgia indictment? Is it delayed beyond the election? The Georgia one is also delayed. Yes, this is impactful for the federal case, though, mostly. Well, I guess it touches the Georgia case too, because the Georgia one is also about the false electors and you know, Trump's involvement as a official presidential act. This now gives additional official presidential. This now gives another way to cover Donald Trump and push the court case back as well.
So that justice is never seen. And then on top of that, the idea that you can't take evidence of official acts and use them in criminal prosecution, taken together, all of those things say that even in the areas where they say a president can be criminally prosecuted, the bar becomes so high that it creates huge roadblocks. So this will happen in any particular case. And I think it's not something that is like completely out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, we are living through it right now.
Joey Jackson, just from a legal standpoint, this now moves to lower court.
So I'm concerned. I'd go pretty far in my view. I think it's a disgrace. Let me express why. We look to the Supreme Court for clarity. We look to the Supreme Court to be definitive and give definitive determinations. There's no definitive determination here. They gave uncertainty. They gave more litigation. They gave instances where you can go back to the district court just to be appealed again. And where does it come? To the Supreme Court. That's number one. Number two, when you look at a court.
The very same Supreme Court that created this additional carve-out for no fucking reason, which like opens up presidents to be immune to prosecution if they are in clear-cut violation of the law, is also going to deliberate on whether or not the illegal a violation of the law that the president is committing is considered an official presidential act or not. I'm not gonna fucking put my I'm not gonna fucking bet against the Supreme Court in that situation. I suspect that they will say, oh yeah, no, this is actually a official presidential act. I'm just saying, can't put Biden in jail now though. That's what you think, brother. This kind of stuff only works in one direction, okay? That's why for years I've been saying Biden needs to fucking pack the goddamn court. Slam that shit, okay? Slam that shit. Ethel said he forgives you. Who the fuck is Ethel? Lord and Savory. Anyway. Slam that motherfucker with as many Democrats, 35-year-old Democrats as possible, okay? And here's the thing. Here's the thing. He should have done that pronto. He should have immediately done that shit.
Or look at courts to give that guidance, and they should be nonpartisan.
Especially because, like, sorry, the other point I was going to make is that Republicans don't give a shit. Republicans will always use anything and everything to their advantage. That's it.
Reasons you want to talk about 70s, founding fathers, and 200 years ago is because you give lifetime tenure so that you can make a decision. And that decision, you know what? You're here, it doesn't matter. The reality is that
don't the current ones have to die? No, expanded, brother. What do you mean? The Supreme Court has been expanded in the past. No, stack that shit. 15 Supreme Court 100 Supreme Court justices. Okay, fuck it, YOLO. Put every 35-year-old legal mind who's like ideologically committed to the Democratic Party. They don't even have to be fucking communists or whatever. I mean, I'm in it for like marginal civil liberty protection. Okay, he should have done that, but Brandon said that would make the court too politicized. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? It is politicized.
We need to have...
make every American a Supreme Court justice, okay? Make every American in the United States of America a Supreme Court. 335 million Supreme Court justices. Fuck it. Make the undocumented migrant Supreme Court justices too. I don't give a shit.
Confidence in our institutions, for our institutions to be respected by people. And so you have 6 conservative justices protecting the president, and 3, okay, Amy Barrett, perhaps this.
How can you see this and then be like, nope, one issue voter genocide by another foreign government granted ally and advocate sitting this election out? Wait, what? Is this a top of the hour ad break debate from a 30-month subscriber? Because I already ran the top of the hour ad break. The fuck do you mean? Brother, I don't think you understand. I could be door knocking every goddamn day for Brandon. This is happening under his watch, okay? I'm literally in the process of explaining what I've been demanding, what many people have been demanding from the Biden administration from the start in terms of court packing, okay? And you're over here literally being like, nah, let's not do this. Here. I already tweeted out what my thoughts are on this. Republicans are not going to be fair. Republicans don't play the game fair. Republicans are not going to be like, oh yeah, let's wait for a Trump re-election when his chances look bad already. Republicans are not going to play fair. They're going to do everything they can to get like mother Ted Cruz as the new Supreme Court. Okay, that like Trump was pretty open about it. He will fill a vacancy. Trump in August, I'll do it on filling vacancy the final 5 months of term. I would move quickly. Why not? I mean, they would. The Democrats would if they were in his position. They didn't because they're dumb. They should have never, ever, 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 ever think that the Republicans are going to be honest. They are not honest actors. They are never going to be honest, and they're not going to be honest in this circumstance too. CMAC, you are correct. They are going to say the incumbent is running again. Last time around, the president was going to shift power. This time, the incumbent has a very good chance of winning re-election. Perfect. And then the counter to that is, well, if he has a very good chance of winning re-election, why doesn't he wait till he wins re-election? So it's not exactly the best line of reasoning. But if we're being honest, when have Republicans ever needed a good line of reasoning to do some horrifically awful nonsense thing that they would never, ever in a million years, as we know, as you saw, let Democrats get away with. So yeah, we are. It's going to be a 6-3 conservative supermajority. The country will turn into a literally, like, they can do whatever the they want after that. They run elections because of electoral college. It's just absolute madness. It's absolute trash. Republicans win, GG's, all because of Hillary Clinton had to be like, it's my time, and ran the shittiest goddamn campaign. Can't wait to see the disputed election get decided by an 8-person Supreme Court. Yeah, 8-person Supreme Court with one liberal justice missing, by the way. The Obama administration should have replaced Ruth Bader Ginsburg when the time was right. She was old as and had cancer already at the time. The Obama administration should have done everything they can to get that last Supreme Court. That was 4 years ago. Highly suggest you plan a day trip to Vienna if you have the time. I don't. Also, why would I go to Vienna? Oh, to see the social housing, to see the public housing. I have been to Vienna before. It's beautiful. Court justice, because the Republicans would never, ever, 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 ever let that go. Yeah, they were so sure the Republicans would never win again against the Obama coalition that they got so cocky. They thought Hillary Clinton was a wrap. Like, they thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. So, like, we'll just let the next president decide. Yeah, guess what? The next president is spear-dicking his agenda. Breaking, Trump will nominate someone in the coming days. GG's, boys. Hey, absolutely GG's. Multiple sources close to the President Trump with a direct knowledge tell ABC he's expected to put forth a nominee to fill Ruth Bader Ginsburg's seat in the coming days. Yeah, democracy doesn't die in the darkness. The democracy dies at Applebee's, okay? You love... There you go. Anyway. Republicans will never, the Republicans will never stop abusing the institutions because the institution defenders are stupid.
In part, but 6 Supreme Court justices protecting the president and the other 3 liberal justices saying, are you kidding me here? And then you have, to Tim's point, you cannot use the president's motivation as evidence. You can't use the president's discussion with Department of Justice officials or advisors as evidence. What is that? And so I just thought that when I'd see an opinion, it would provide some direction, it would provide some clarity. This seems to me to be protection and cover, and this is going to go on for years ad infinitum, and I'm concerned.
We begin with Judge Jeanine Pirro, the 5 co-hosts.
Oh yeah, AOC came out and said articles of impeachment against the U.S. Supreme Court, which is awesome. I'm glad that she's saying shit like that.
Judge, great to have you here. I've been watching you throughout the morning. First, I want to get your reaction as we do continue to hear from members of Congress, as obviously the political fallout of this we have yet to fully see. She plans to file articles of impeachment, Judge. Here's the tweet. Throw it up on the screen. The Supreme Court has become consumed by a corruption crisis beyond its control, she writes. Today's ruling represents an assault on American democracy.
You know, you were talking about how Dick Durbin is going to do something. Dick Durbin and Hakeem Jeffries is going to kill her. They're going to be like, all right, shut the fuck up, AOC. That's what they're going to do. They're going to attack... Democrats, in many respects, are very similar to Israel. They don't know, they only got one speed, which is when in doubt, attack the left. Okay? And that's what they're going to do. Like, literally, that's all Israel does. When in doubt, attack Palestinians. They're like, what happened? Iran is attacking us. Attack the Palestinians harder. Okay? Kill more Palestinian children. And the Democratic Party only has one speed. Just fucking do nothing when the Republicans are going crazy. And then maybe like someone who's remotely progressive will, I don't know, say some shit. A person that's like a little bit more progressive than the broader Democratic Party politicians will like chirp for a brief moment, and then they'll turn around and you know, set their crosshairs on her or him.
Now it's up to Congress to defend our nation from this authoritarian capture, she writes. I intend on filing articles of impeachment upon our return to you, Judge.
You know, Sandra, whenever anyone on the left talks about an assault against democracy, you know that it has little, if any, meaning. That's their go-to line when they don't have a substantive argument. Look, our government is set up in a way that there are three branches. The Supreme Court...
Yeah. Dude, I'm sure Judge Janine would have this kind of attitude towards the Supreme Court if it was a 6-3 supermajority liberal Supreme Court that was like, I don't know, making it legal to be gay or something. Like striking down fucking all of the anti-trans healthcare regulation, things of that nature. Yeah, I'm sure she'd be like, listen, we have three branches for a reason. For a reason. You're gonna like what the Supreme Court has to say. You're gonna shut up and you're gonna like it.
Is a branch that has final decision on legal decisions in this country. They are not willing to accept it if it doesn't align with their political ideology. And this is part of the institutional breakdown of our government. We are now in a scenario where the left and the people who call themselves progressive are not willing to accept a 6-3 decision by the Supreme Court. But make no mistake, there have been administrations there.
Bro, she's saying 6-3 decision, like 6 of them aren't Republican. Like as though there's like liberal justices that weighed in on it. You know what I mean? It's a 6-3 decision. Yeah, we know. We know it's 6-3. What the fuck? Like this kind of, they're compromised.
And politicians who have been in disagreement with decisions for the last 150 years. But now, all of a sudden, they think they should be able to impeach a Supreme Court justice. Look, a lawyer can be brought before the grievance committee for trashing a Supreme Court justice. And the sad part about all of this is there is a final ruling in this case. Their hatred for Donald Trump, their political ideology that causes them to support someone ideologically or cognitively declined is something that they consider paramount, and they're willing to do anything to destroy our system.
Yeah, I know. I said SEAL Team 6 already. Commander-in-Chief clause called Trump a threat to national security. All of that would be permissible in the scope of this decision. Yes. She's slurring. Yeah, bro. She's fucking. She's zooted. She's always drinking, dude. She's drunk as fuck.
Well, Judge, the timing of this decision has really allowed the Biden campaign to turn the page on the aftermath of the debate. And we just had
she off the bean. She off the twisted teas.
Campaign call that we listened in on where former Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn, who's now part of the Biden campaign, spoke to this. Listen to what he said.
Okay.
My message today is simple. This is not a drill. Donald Trump is the single greatest threat to the United States of America in a generation. We can't let him anywhere near the Oval Office again. We can't count on the Supreme Court or any institution to hold him responsible. It's going to be up to the voters in November.
Well,
go ahead. What's the response to that?
My first response is, if this guy was a member of law enforcement, I feel terrible for anyone that had contact with him. Number two, he's a former officer. Number three, explain why Donald Trump is ahead in so many states, and especially those swing states that are so important. Look, these people have a big mouth. They speak about things that the American people are not aligned with. And when the United States Supreme Court makes a decision...
No, the American people are so aligned with the president having like complete immunity from prosecution. Like every American's like, I love that. Thank you. That's for me. After all, I might be a president one day and I would like to do some illegal shit when I'm president. That's what they're saying. This is so stupid. Yeah, just like the American population was like, I want to make sure that my water is polluted by the corporation with the most amount of money, with the best legal team that can now hold up any kind of regulatory agency with mountains of fucking paperwork, okay, with mountains of litigation. That's what I want. I want to make sure that my water is perfectly lead poison. I want to make sure that there's so much PFAS in my water, so much microplastic in my water. It's not just in my balls. It's just pouring out of every orifice. That's what I would like. Please. I love lead. Yum. I love asbestos. Bring that shit back. America used to be a country. We used to have asbestos. We don't anymore because of this gay ass regulatory agency taking that shit away from us. I don't want microplastics. I want macroplastics. Exactly. That's what I want. That's what I demand. And I'm so glad that the Supreme Court is making these sorts of decisions that defend my interests. Okay? That's what I like. Also, the abortion thing. That's another one. That's another good one. I love the notion that 50% of the country just cannot get this perfectly valid, perfectly normal medical procedure because a bunch of freaks decided that it should be held to the states. It should actually go back to the states, and that it shouldn't be a decision between a woman and her doctor. It should be a decision made between a woman or doctor and the Supreme Court, or, you know, whatever the local legislator is that has decided that this should be illegal, actually. It's pretty cool. Love that. Every American loves that. Thank you.
Important is this one. The Supreme Court speaking for the first time because no other president has ever been criminally indicted for actions while in office. It's about time we listened.
I want to read just a little bit from the majority opinion written by Justice Roberts. The president is entitled at a minimum to a presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. That immunity applies equally to all occupants of the Oval Office, regardless of politics.
Bro,
policy.
I'm telling you, Roberts is literally winking at Brandon. That's what he's doing. Okay? He's winking at Brandon. He's like, that immunity applies equally to all occupants of the Oval Office, Brandon. Get the SEAL Team 6 ready, boys. We're going. Not the fucking Korengal Valley. We're going to MAGAville, baby. Send the Black Hawk helicopters to Mar-a-Lago yesterday. Okay? That's what he's saying. He's like, come on, dog. Do the thing. Do what must be done.
Or party. Will Sharp, member of President Trump's legal team, joined me earlier on the Faulkner Focus with his response to all of it.
They've recognized a very broad doctrine of criminal immunity for former presidents. I think there are some choice paragraphs in there from Chief Justice Roberts criticizing the haste with which this prosecution has proceeded. The Biden campaign of lawfare against President Trump has just been dealt a decisive blow by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Really interesting part of that, Judge.
Yeah. Well,
Dude, Republicans are literally just fucking such donkeys, dude. Look at this. Look at this. 74% of independents, immunity for former presidents, Trump v. United States. Some people think that the former presidents are not immune from criminal prosecution for actions they took while president, and so can be criminally prosecuted for such actions. Other people think the former presidents are immune from criminal prosecution. What do you think? Okay. Out of all respondents, 26.5% said presidents should be immune or are immune. Okay. That was 10% of Democrats, 26% of independents, and of course, 45% of Republicans. I mean, look, the point is 73.6% of Americans said, of course not. Of course the president is not immune. But like, what do you say to this? What do you say to this? These guys are like straight up monarchists, dude. They literally just want a God king. God, they're so fucking... God, I hate Republicans so much. It's just like my hatred for Republicans. This election cycle, now the hogs are trickling back into this space. And I'm very excited, because they've been gone for so long that it's just like the only hogs that I have to deal with are like the annoying, smarmy liberals. But also simultaneously, my hatred for them grows every fucking day. I mean, it never went away, but like it just comes back to the forefront every single time I have to hear some dumb shit from these fucking animals, okay? Yeah, ironic that the monarchists are named Republicans. Ironic, but it's true.
The fact is that the Supreme Court also attacked not just Jack Smith. I mean, this is a court that has ruled against him unanimously in the past. He is not considered an ethical prosecutor. He's the one who indicted the former governor of Virginia. That case was overturned. He has a political agenda. But what I think is so significant about the Supreme Court's decision is not the final recognition that when a president is engaging in official acts that involve core essential presidential duties, he has absolute immunity. And then, of course, it's remanded to the lower court to determine what are official versus unofficial acts. And for official acts, he has presumptive immunity. But they knocked down some of the indictment. They knocked down some of the arguments that the president isn't entitled to speak to his vice president or to the attorney general because the president has exclusive jurisdiction and authority over those particular issues as they relate to the Department of Justice and crimes that are being prosecuted. The Supreme Court made it very clear that there are some parts of this that are protected by the court.
I can't wait for Maoist Liberal Liberation Front starting up when Trump gets elected and starts executive action the fuck out of the libs while they scream at the left for protesting a fucking genocide there. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna do that. I already told you. That's the only speed the liberals have, which is like they can't really get mad at Republicans too much because like they're just gonna do what they're gonna do, and then they're getting their messaging from the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party is always so unimaginably incompetent. So they're just gonna look for anyone to get mad at, which will be the left. The left didn't vote for Biden, so you're responsible for this. And it's like, dude, this is happening under Biden. Like, it's happening under Biden. It's been happening. It's been happening for years. This is like far before Biden became president. Okay. Oh, I don't just want like a Democrat. Okay. I don't want just like Democrat to run and win. I want like someone who will actually roll back the things that the Trump administration did. Okay, instead of leaning into it. That is what the expectation should be from all Democrats, from all voters for the Democratic Party. It's so fucking stupid. Where are you, a DMV for rich people? Yeah, I'm at a DMV for rich people.
Constitutional right of a president. And let me also say that a couple days ago, the Supreme Court rendered a decision kind of dumbing down some of the January 6 charges, saying that they were not supported. And now some of the lower courts have to look at not just the January 6 defendants, but Donald Trump as well, in terms of how the Supreme Court attacked that January 6 obstruction charge.
Judge, I just want to sort of circle back to where we started, which was with AOC calling for articles of impeachment following this ruling. And you had heard ahead of this decision.
Yeah, she's like, Janine, get back to shitting on AOC. You've been talking about some other shit.
Top Democrats, Chuck Schumer among them, you know, asking for Justices Alito and Thomas to recuse themselves from this case, making allegations about impartiality questions. What kind of an impact does it have when you have our elected leaders sort of questioning the credibility of the...
Can you explain the theory behind not voting for Dems in this election? Bro, I don't care. Go vote for the Democrat. Go vote for Joe Brandon. I'm not telling you not to vote for him. Now, the primaries are entirely different, okay? Abso-fucking-lutely not. But if you want to vote for Joe Brandon, go ahead. Vote till you're voted legally. Okay? Vote fucking harder. Vote harder. I'm sure we're going to save the country. Okay? Do it. Have fun with it. I've never been anti-voting in general. I love voting. I think you should do more of it. You should do it illegally. Work for your money. Republicans on top, you bum. It's the funniest part about shit like this is that, dude, I've made it. Okay. The Republicans at this point literally help me out. Okay. They don't help you out. And you're engaging in team sports. It's like, okay, tax cuts for the wealthy come. That's good for me, technically. It's not good for me in the long run because I want a fucking healthy, normal country. I want a country where there's like actually some kind of parity, some kind of equity. But Yeah, you know, I want good roads and not as much of the tax dollars to go to like American wars in Israel and you know, the domestic military force that is the police force. You know, I want to pay teachers instead. So yeah, it's not, you know, in my best interest, but immediately if you're thinking about it like that shit's not helping you. Okay? It's so dumb. I want health care. I want houses for the homeless. You can fucking Trump 2024 baby your way out of this all day, every day. But ultimately, it's not going to help you. It's not. It's not going to help you. Just like Democrats fucking act like voting for Brandon is going to fucking, you know, somehow give them some kind of moral victory. It's not. It's not. Look at the past 4 years. What do we get?
The court.
Well, I think it has a huge impact, and I think that the Supreme Court has of late been subject to tremendous criticism. And I think that, you know, there's a reason that our founding fathers wanted these justices to serve for life. I mean, they should not be affected by the mob or by the criticisms or the attempts to impeach. And I think that more than anything, they recognize how important their job is. In this case, Gorsuch.
Are you saying nothing's been done in the last 4 years as far as all the broad agenda items that the Brandon administration put forward that they were going to follow through on? They all got neutered by fucking the literal Democrats. Okay? Centrist Democrats, right-wing Democrats. And that's the successful legislation. Much of the legislative agenda was completely cast aside, if not immediately turned on. The first 100 days immigration promises were literally reversed. The Brandon administration effectively continued Donald Trump's immigration agenda. And on top of that is now trying to do a last-ditch effort to push for a right-wing immigration policy. All the while, civil liberties are effectively neutered at the state legislature level. And they're contested in the court system, but the courts are completely fucking dominated by Republican judges because they court pack like a motherfucker all the way up to the Supreme Court where it really matters. And you're over here talking about like, wow, what do you mean? Lesser evil voting is great, okay? It sounds great on paper, okay? In theory, it sounds like it's a morally infallible strategy, but lesser evil voting has openly created a cycle where the Democrats don't even roll back some of the Republican agenda, but instead adopt it entirely, and sometimes push the needle in the rightward direction, like they're doing with immigration right now. It's crazy. The expectation shouldn't be to just simply put a 4-year pause on the right-wing tilt in this country. The expectation should be claw back. With the same veracity the Republicans claw back social progress and civil liberties and the like whenever they're in power. Nowadays, they don't even need to be in power to fucking claw that shit back. They just use state legislatures to claw that shit back.
He said it himself. It's not just about the case before us. This is a case for the ages. And they knew that. And that's what the decision reflects.
Such a great point. All great points, Judge. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you on the 5 tonight.
I'll be there.
Okay.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
President Biden's attempts to reassure supporters and really all Americans after his stumbling, at times vacant debate performance last week. The president did appear more energized at a rally on prompter and at some weekend fundraisers. But a CBS News poll shows that voters, not the media, but voters have serious concerns. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with new reporting on all of it. Nancy, good morning. What are you hearing?
It's been a busy weekend, Tony. President Biden spent the day yesterday with family at Camp David, and we're told that they encouraged him to stay in the race. Biden officials spent the weekend on the phone trying to reassure worried lawmakers and donors. They told them that they understand their concerns, but that there are no plans with just 4 months to go to change the campaign strategy or the candidate.
Joe Biden is our nominee. Joe Biden is our leader.
Top Democrats closed ranks around the president Sunday as a slew of editorials from some of the nation's largest newspapers called on him to drop out.
I want to remind everybody that one debate does not define a person's record.
Very clearly, he should stay in this race.
And yet a new CBS poll finds Thursday's rocky performance did take a toll.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare,
72% of voters now believe Biden does not have the mental and cognitive health to serve as president, up from 65% before the debate. Nearly half of Democrats said he should step aside as the nominee, while virtually no elected Democrats have been willing to go that far on the record. Some acknowledged the panic publicly.
There are a lot of lingering concerns, Alex. We can't put on a happy face on this.
There are very honest and serious and rigorous conversations taking place at every level of our party.
Top Biden officials still haven't explained why Biden seemed to struggle the way he did on Thursday. But they tell CBS News they are staying the course. Nothing has changed. We are full steam ahead, one said. We still believe Biden is the best position to beat Trump. They point to his energetic post-debate campaign stops in Atlanta, Raleigh, and New York.
I give you my word as a Biden, I would not be running again if I didn't believe with all my heart and soul I can do this job. Because quite frankly...
I mean, this is the Edinger Momentum analysis, right, in play, which is that voters know Brandon is old as shit, old as dirt, and the liberals that are like invested, committed to the Democratic Party are not going to turn around and be like, oh, well, he's too old now. They know he was old. They know he's even older now than he was before, and they don't give a shit. And that is like the MAGA base, but for the Democratic Party. And much like Donald Trump, Joe Biden is relying on that base, the blue and on, to be like, listen, we still have people. We still got people. Fuck it. Who cares?
The stakes are too high.
Part of the calculus for the Biden team and other Democrats is that there's no guarantee an alternate candidate would do better against Trump than Biden would. Recent polling being disseminated by the Biden campaign indicates that those candidates would fare the same or worse than Biden. Even the process of choosing a different nominee this late in the game is fraught with uncertainty. And so, Gail, there are risks either way.
All right, some people want to take the risk, though. Nancy, thank you very much.
Fallout from President Biden's performance in last week's debate. Over the weekend, Biden's team scrambled to contain the damage. Some Democrats are calling for the president to step aside.
We covered this yesterday for those of you who weren't in, but I watched one by one all of the least likable, all of the oldest and the worst brain-having Democrats come up on Sunday TV on all the shows and launch the perhaps worst fucking defense for Joseph Robinette Biden. Okay? They literally came out as like fucking Jim Clyburn, who's old as shit himself, Nancy Pelosi, the oldest person on the planet, John Fetterman, bad brain in a different way. Okay? They were all like, no, you don't understand. Biden is doing great. He's a young whippersnapper. Better than ever. Yeah. And now Democrats want to nominate Biden ASAP. That's awesome. Democrats weigh in early Biden nom to squash talk of a swap. Dude, they're doing literally the most Democratic Party shit. It's awesome. They are demonstrating the absolute worst political instincts. The threat is maximum copium. Oh, yeah, I have this. Don't worry. I have this lined up. Right here. Urgent scientist work. Havana. Talking about how it's a Havana syndrome. The Havana syndrome's our boy.
Candidate. Rachel Scott is tracking it all. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, George, good morning to you. Look, there is no way around this. It has been a rough 72 hours for President Biden after that debate. His campaign is eager to turn the page, making calls to donors and Democrats, but the questions about his age and mental fitness have not gone away. This morning, the Biden campaign is scrambling to dismiss doubts about the 81-year-old president, pushing ahead with his re-election campaign after the debate that many Democrats have labeled disastrous.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Biden's campaign team making it clear that the president will not step aside, telling allies in a memo obtained by ABC News that Biden got off to a slow start, but then drew a sharp contrast with Trump on the issues that matter most to voters, and arguing to supporters that if Biden were to drop out now, it would lead to weeks of chaos, internal food fighting, and a highway to losing to Donald Trump. Some of Biden's top allies insisting one bad night will not derail his campaign.
Let us not make a judgment about a presidency on one debate. Let's talk about what it means to people in their lives.
He knows, as the American people do, that when you get knocked down, you get back up and you fight harder. That's what he's planning to do.
But Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin admitting there are honest and serious conversations happening within the party.
There was a big problem with Joe Biden's debate performance. There are very honest and serious and rigorous conversations taking place at every level of our party.
The president heading to Camp David for the weekend as the New York Times editorial board called for him to step aside, insisting continuing his campaign would be a reckless gamble given the significant threat Trump poses, adding, the greatest public service Mr. Biden can now perform is to announce that he will not continue to run for re-election. But Biden himself has made it clear he's not going anywhere.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job.
Yeah, the crowd at that rally chanting, yes, you can. Dr. Joe Biden, who was on this month's cover of Vogue, told the magazine this weekend they will not let those 90...
That's crazy, by the way. What the fuck are we doing? First Lady Jill Biden, we will decide our future. She's literally like, she's signaling. She's like, yeah, I will decide your future. Okay? I'm holding the strings of power in my hand. The queen. This is the most Democratic Party thing to do, actually. With down ballot Dems being a massive source of complaints to the press pool about Biden's placement on the ticket, insulting the backbench is clearly the worst possible option. A Biden campaign fundraising email tonight, including a polling graphic comparing Biden versus Trump to potential alternatives, including Harris, Buttigieg, Newsom, Booker, Whitmer, Klobuchar, Shapiro, Pritzker. The inclusion of the information feels more revealing than the info itself. Dude, that's awesome. Saying that the Democratic Party has no alternatives in comparison to the fucking old man that 75% of Democrats want off the ticket is so sick. I'm telling you, it's so, dude, this is a suicide mission. It's fucking awesome. This is like Hillary Clinton shit. So I'll let you in on a little secret, okay? Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden hate each other. There's a couple different groups within the Democratic Party that have always like fought for control. And since the Clinton era, you have the Clintonites, okay? And then post-Obama, you have the Obama people, right? And Biden has a lot of the Obama people as well. And the Obama world and the Clinton world are almost always at odds with one another. But this right here is positively Clinton shit, okay? This is literally the most Hillary Clinton-esque thing that I've ever seen. Just like dunking on other more popular figures in the Democratic Party like this to your donors is so funny. It's great. Keep it up. Keep it up, big dog. On a text I got from the DNC, they said that they log not voting for Biden as a vote for Trump in some of those polls. They're going to be running attack ads like this for every D senator.
Worst debate I've ever seen in my entire life.
No two ways about it. That was not a good debate for Joe Biden. Panic.
Panic. Not just panic, it's pain.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So what do we do about this?
Everything we have to do with
What would you have Joe Biden do to make the case that he's not an elderly, well-meaning gentleman?
People are going to see it in the campaign.
No question he's prepared to do this job today and would be were he reelected.
One of my best buddies, very close friend, one of my closest friends, Bobby Casey.
I have a lot of confidence in his leadership. No question he's prepared to do this job today.
The worst debate I've ever seen in my entire life.
No two ways about it.
He's wearing a muzzle, brother. A Biden muzzle. The Supreme Court retroactively made Watergate legal with their decision today. Lamau, I know, we already covered that. Dude, American politics is great. It's just, it's decline. Empire and decline is the era. Oh, Jen Psaki's clapping back. Let's go. It's a Psaki bomb, baby. There are a lot of important discussions and debates about this political moment we're in and the path forward, with the notion that the issue of the debate was a prep process done by people like Ron Klain and Anita Dunn, not Anita Wynn, Anita Dunn, who have successfully prepped many candidates, including Obama, Clinton, and Biden, is absurd. It was a bad debate. I have no doubt they were tough, strategic, and direct. Believe me, I've seen them in action, but prep does not always determine the outcome. Biden was bad. Important combos about what happens next. But if you're directing your ire at the prep, you're not talking about the right things. Who the fuck? Dude, I thought the prep was literally just, the prep was just the worst possible way to try and defend the horrifyingly bad debate performance. Nobody actually believes the prep was at fault. Okay? No amount of preparation is going to cause you to turn the issue of abortion into an immigration conversation. Okay? It's just like, that's so dumb. That's not prep. That's just Brandon's brain being poop. Okay? It's poo-poo. It's poo-poo brain. Yeah, he prepped too hard. That's why he prepped too hard. That's why he turned around and said, we beat Medicare. He should have prepared less, dude. Yeah. No, there is no way to prepare against dementia, okay? You're going to have your on moments. You're going to have your off moments, especially according to the recent reporting from Washington Post. The president apparently not so great after 4 p.m. Between the time frame of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., he's fine. He's a dynamo, okay? Guess what? After 4 p.m., don't expect him. Don't expect him to have any light behind those eyes, which is a pretty fucking wild prospect for the leader of the free world. You know what I'm saying? For the goddamn president of the nation. He prepped too hard. His bitch too bad. The march of time will kill him. The march of time comes for us all. Some before others, though. And I feel like his is much closer than the average person. That's a funny tweet. I can't believe the Supreme Court just ruled that the president can sleep outdoors in a public space. Why do people think Biden having a bad debate means Trump did not? I don't know who's thinking that, but I can tell you that Biden having a really bad debate makes it worse, because then people aren't talking about how bad Trump was. I talked about how bad Trump was. I talked about it in conversations that I had with fucking Piers Morgan. But the reality of the matter is, most people are only hyper-focusing on how fucking insane it is that we have a goddamn president who literally cannot string sentences together. Guys, pull yourself out of like the immediacy of the situation for a moment and just like think about it, okay? Like sometimes I like to imagine myself like an alien watching the planet from afar. You know what I mean? And it's just like, that's the guy? Like, really? That's the guy, that's the president right now? That is the motherfucking president right now? That guy has nuclear launch codes? The fuck? Like, it's mind-boggling. And it was mind-boggling when Trump was president. And it's still fucking mind-boggling that you know, Biden is president right now. Anyway, yeah, they're just pretend you're in Toronto. Yeah, I that's the one other place on the planet that I would rather not be at. Is it Joever? I think the funniest part about this is that it's not technically Joever because the Republicans are so bad. Which is crazy that the Democratic Party is relying on that. Like, it's still not Joever. But it shouldn't be Joever at all. It shouldn't even be close to Joever.
It's defined the 4 years he's been president, saying we will continue to fight, George.
Okay, Rachel, thanks. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. John, in the end, this is a personal decision for Joe Biden, a family decision for the president. They were at Camp David this weekend.
Yeah, let's be clear. Nobody can force Joe Biden out. It would have to be his decision. He was with his family at Camp David. They were there for a photo shoot. There was absolutely discussion of all this. I am told the family has no debate whatsoever on this. They all believe that Biden must stay in and continue to fight. As one family member told me, he is in, we are in. I will add, however, though, George, Rachel mentioned what Jill Biden said to Vogue. She also said this: President Biden will always do what's best for the country. Right now, what they believe is what is best for the country is to stay in. But this is a fluid operation.
It's a very fluid situation.
To remind chat why it's not Joever, Biden only has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, PA, and he's up in 2 of those within 1 point in PA. And the D's are crushing the Senate races in those races by 8 to 10, carrying Biden because ours are so bad. Yeah, except 1, it should not be that close at all. And 2, this calculation also forgets, obviously, like Pennsylvania is the most important state for this election. That's it. But beyond that, you have other Democratic Party winnable states where, you know, the senators are doing well. Down ballot Democrats are outperforming Biden by 10 fucking points. Okay, it's crazy. And Michigan is not a lock, according to Gretchen Whitmer. I literally, as of today, Gretchen Whitmer came out and stated that this debate performance puts Michigan at odds. Something along those lines. Gretchen Whitmer did not say that. Whitmer had phoned O'Malley Dillon with more of an unambiguous SOS to relay that Michigan in the wake of the debate was no longer winnable for Biden. She still says she's not, she's the draft Gretch movement and delivers a warning to Biden. She's right. Michigan was already she denied it. Regardless of what fucking Big Gretch is saying currently.
Do in our state. There's no.
Okay. Regardless of what she's saying currently, this statement is absolutely correct. And even before the fucking debate, it was correct. You want to know why before the debate it was correct? Because uncommitted votes are massively important in the primaries in Michigan and in fucking, you got Minnesota, you got Wisconsin, you got Michigan. These are places that Biden won, right? Except these are places where even in the fucking primaries, there's a massive amount of people who are in the Democratic Party primaries. Remember, the real uncommitted voters do not fucking vote. Okay? They just don't vote in the primaries at all. We're talking, if you're voting in the Democratic Party primary, that means you're a fucking ride or die Democrat. Okay? Ride or die Democrats that went to the primaries and literally voted uncommitted in margins that are consequential, sometimes larger numbers than the fucking numbers that Biden won the state in the last election. Yeah, you got Minnesota Klobuchar's up 10, Biden's up 2 points. It's ridiculous. Anyway. Chatter said all Biden has to do is sweep the Rust Belt. Like, that's an easy thing to do. No, the blue wall back in the day, it was a blue wall. It's not anymore. So it's not an easy thing to do. But given its history, could. Or rather, it should. The Democratic Party should win there. Okay? Should sweep. But here's why they're not.
Rachel, and Democrats are concerned. We've seen some expressions of it, a lot of rallying behind the president as well.
The bad debate argument is flawed because I can't recall a single bad debate that led to the entire party freaking out about whether or not the person is capable of doing the job. Dude, I think my opinion on this is that, like, everybody that's chirping now literally knew what the fuck was up, but didn't have, like, enough momentum to be able to come out and swing. Okay? But now they're seeing the New York Times write that article and they're like, yeah, dude, what the fuck are you doing? I think it just gave people the confidence to openly state it. Or rather, they were looking at the debate and legitimately going, okay, I want to believe all of the fucking writing about how Biden is a dynamo behind the scenes, even though I'm seeing all the fucking images of his, like, public appearances where he doesn't look like he has it. Okay? And they saw the debate performance and they were like, well, he didn't fucking meet the expectations. Like, what are you supposed to do? And the irony is the debate was set this early for this reason. It's not like the debate was set at a different date. It was set early for this reason. This was the reason. This is why they did it, because they wanted to, one, show how fucking kooky Trump is. And he certainly is, right? How crazy Trump is. And two, perhaps more importantly, Biden had one mission, and that mission was to show the world that he is very much alive. He's not dead. I promise you, I'm not a cadaver. Okay? I'm not a cadaver. I'm not, like, strung up like a puppet and people are just, like, moving my body and my mouth. I promise you I'm coherent. Okay? I'm not dead. And he couldn't do that. He showed the world that he is, as a matter of fact, dead. Okay? Not early enough, wasn't before 4 p.m. True. I meant early as in, like, the date of the debate. It's not being held in fucking September. It's being held, you know, last week.
Private concern. Very few speaking out publicly in the way that we saw from Congressman Jamie Raskin in that piece there. You know, the Biden campaign was hoping that that rally that the president did would sort of reassure Democrats. I talked to lots of Democrats on Capitol Hill after that rally, and they said they still have concerns because they worried about the consistency with the president. Where was that Joe Biden on the debate stage, they say? But they acknowledge the perception may not change around President Biden, and the reality may not change either, because the only person that can make that decision, they say, is the president himself.
Let's walk through what could happen if President Biden decides.
Some of the only announced I agree with about vote snap polling focus groups that most voters already baked in two things: Trump lies and is crazy, Biden is old and frail, both suck. So turnout will be way down on both sides and no one moves sides. This isn't a persuasion election, it's a turnout one. It's why polling sucks at the moment. Response rate is 0.5%. One person out of 200 called answers. Yeah, no, I mean, everyone is unimaginably checked out. And you want to know why this debate is more important than everything else this time around, and uniquely important? Because it was the one time people checked in. Literally, it was the one fucking time people checked in. 50 million people watched the president, the current sitting president, fail to fucking say things, okay? In a way that they had already made their minds up about. That is so unimaginably consequential. In other circumstances, you don't get this level of like John Fetterman was able to beat Dr. Oz regardless of his horrifyingly bad debate performance because, one, you know, it's midterms. Come on. Like, not everyone is invested, you know? That's just how it is. It's not the fucking presidency. And two, he had a phenomenal door knocking operation and a long history of being a good, I can't believe I'm saying this because it was post October 7. John Fetterman is like almost an entirely different being at this point because it's all he talks about is Israel. But before then, he was seen as like a popular figure in the state. He was a lieutenant governor as opposed to like an out of touch television guy, you know? So, of course, when he performed really poorly in the debate and it showed the world that like maybe he can't talk so good, that was consequential, but nowhere near as consequential as the motherfucking president, because most people are just like, yo, we got an old asshole in power. Cost of living is up. And on the other side, you have Donald fucking Trump. He's a crook. He's a criminal. He's a psycho. So people are just like unimaginably checked out of the process. And the one time they tune in to check into the process, see what's going on, maybe I will go out and vote for this guy again. If, you know, Trump freaks me the fuck out a little bit, or if Biden demonstrates his competency, maybe I'll reconsider. And he failed to do so. And he failed to do so in such a spectacular way that people didn't even notice how fucking insane Trump was, except for those who were paying attention, of course. It's really bad.
You know what? It is time for me to step aside. How would Democrats go about picking a replacement?
Well, but there are private conversations among senior figures in the party about a process that could play out. One scenario, George, is that you could have a series of debates, regional debates, where the audience could be nationally televised, but where the audience are the delegates featuring potential candidates. These would be debates that would play out in the weeks before the Democratic convention, and then the choice would be made at the convention. The convention is not till August 19th, so you could have 6 weeks play out going into the convention where debates like this could play out, and the convention, I mean, would have the attention of the world. It would be the most intense focus on a convention that we have seen really in our lifetimes.
Rachel, Vice President Kamala Harris would probably go in as the favorite if this process started.
The favorite, but of course, as you know, George, there are a long list of Democrats that are sort of waiting in the wings, especially ahead of 2028, and that is the concern from the Biden campaign. Does this turn into a party food fight where no one gets ahead in time to possibly have everyone rally behind a potential different nominee to face off against Donald Trump?
What all Democrats are watching for right now, John, are the latest polls showing was there real damage, vote damage, coming out of the debate.
That's exactly right. And we're not really going to know for another week or so how the polls play out and also the effect on other candidates, Democrats running for House and Senate.
Thank you both very much.
Have Americans been duped about President Biden's fitness for office based on his aides keeping him in a bubble?
Well, I can tell you that I think a lot of Americans, including Democrats.
Alex Thompson is the one that wrote the article about the fucking 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. thing, if I'm not mistaken, right? I said originally it was Washington Post, but I think it was an Axios report. Liberals are not okay. That's awesome. Why aren't they talking about Trump's health? They're so obsessed with getting Biden out. Jesus fucking Christ. Why aren't they talking about Trump's health? Bro, the dude lives on fucking Big Macs and Diet Coke, okay? He's not going anywhere. I don't know how. I don't know why. But that's it, okay? This motherfucker, you can't use your mind power to wish away Donald Trump. It just doesn't work that way. And it's so funny because this is the most Turkish motherfucking thing, dude. Us Turks in Turkey have this fantasy about Erdogan. Every couple of months, there will be a new fucking story about how Recep Tayyip Erdogan has cancer, actually. Low key. He's hiding it. He's hiding it. He's going to die any day now. Russians have this about Vladimir Putin. Okay? And it is literally the dumbest. It is just pure fantasy. Evil never dies. These motherfuckers are not going away. Please. It just only shows me that America is becoming like a more crippled nation. and more like the countries that it dominates for the most part. It's so funny to just be like, no, yeah. He's just, nobody's talking about how bad fucking Trump's brain is actually. It's like, is it? I don't know. I mean, he's been fucked up since day one. He started off talking about how immigrants are rapists, and he's kind of still doing that. That hasn't really changed since 2016. You know? My big brain theory is that his family pushed Brandon to say it. Stay in because they didn't have the heart to say otherwise and figured he'll die if he keeps going, so win-win. That's crazy. No. Yeah. The idea that like Trump is actually in a fucking state of mental decay akin to Joe Biden is also pure copium. Like, you can just rewatch that debate and you will recognize that Donald Trump is insane but coherent. Okay? And sometimes he's still incoherent when he's like, you know, going off the cuff or whatever, but like he can still deliver a speech. Joe Biden, on the other hand, is probably sane when he has his moments, but he's completely incoherent. Like, he's demented. Do you know what I mean? Like, I suspect in his good moments, he has like, you know, he has a clear mind on things, but he's just not going to be able to demonstrate that because like it's too wishy-washy. He's sundowning. There's going to be moments where he comes off like he doesn't know what the fuck is going on, and he's just going to pop off like this. And it's not a stutter. You cannot just like personally write this off as a stutter. It's ridiculous. No. Next debate, give him 3 lines of coke. I mean, fucking Biden will literally die, I think. He will just die on the spot. Trump has a theory on exercise. I know. We've talked about this before. And God damn it, maybe he's right. The idea that he has a finite amount of energy like a battery, and that's why he doesn't exercise, because he doesn't want to deplete his fucking battery. And guess what, dude? He's doing fine. So maybe he's right. It's one of my funniest Trump tropes, is that he thinks his heart is like a battery. And there's only a finite amount.
From the Democratic Party, lawmakers that have actually spent time with Joe Biden have felt duped, have felt gaslit. And part of the reason that I wrote this piece is because that anger, that frustration also includes people in the White House as well. The fact of the matter is that really only about 20 people regularly interact with Joe Biden on a day-to-day basis and sort of an intimate way. A lot of the other aides, even ones just 1 or 2 clicks outside that inner circle, you only see him every once in a while. And, they've noticed, little, gaffes, or you can call them brain farts, but they were always in ways that you could sort of rationalize them as, well, anyone could say that. And, he's always been a bit loose. So the fact is that aides in the White House were just as shocked as many other Democrats on the Hill at what they were seeing. And there was real anger and there was sadness because they felt like this would maybe hurt them in the election. There was like anger. They felt that they had not been told the truth by their bosses. And a lot of them still feel like they are not getting clear answers as to what happened in that debate. And was this the first time that Joe Biden acts like that blank face stare, the mouth agape, not being able to put sentences together? There was this feeling that there is no way that this was the first time this happened. And there's a feeling that it's not going to be the last time it happened. So there is not just discord within the Democratic Party writ large. There's also discord within the White House, within the Biden campaign as well.
And you're seeing the public perception of all of this playing out in the polls. There's this new CBS poll taken after the debate, and it asked the question, should Biden be the nominee? Among Democratic registered voters, 55% said he should stay in the race, but 45% said he should step aside. And then you look at, does Biden have mental and cognitive health to serve as president? In June 9th of this year, 65% said he did not. That's of registered voters. 72% now say that he does not. And so I think that really goes to the question, right, of is how much is President Biden and his aides, how much are they paying attention to these polls? I mean, are these numbers good enough for a race this close where turnout will be so critical?
I mean, it is still possible. I want to be clear. It's still possible that Joe Biden can win this race because there are tens of millions of people in this country that would vote for Joe Biden at 110 over Donald Trump. That is sort of the Trump polarization effect.
Half of his voters still want him to fuck off. Yeah. And the Democratic Party's looking at that just like they did with Hillary Clinton and going, honestly, these guys are still going to go out and vote for him. And they're not wrong. To a certain degree, they're not wrong. When push comes to shove, a lot of people are going to go out and vote for Joe Biden. And the polls also reflect that reality as well. There's a far greater percentage of people that want a different candidate in the Democratic Party, but it doesn't matter. There's still a strong, like solidified base of support for the Democratic leadership. And part of that is because like the people are genuinely terrified of the Republican project. Part of it is because they genuinely hate Donald Trump and how radical the Republican Party has become. But the point is, just like with Hillary Clinton, you shouldn't rely on that. You shouldn't rely on negative polarization to go and vote for a bad fucking candidate, because guess what happened with Hillary Clinton? She fucking lost. Do you understand? This is my point. Like, I know I'm probably the worst person to make this point because like I'm so fucking critical of the Democratic Party that like people probably look at me and go, you don't give a shit. You want them to lose. It's so easy for a lot of liberals to say this. And they don't understand it. They don't understand that like, dude, even if you should be fucking screaming this from the rooftops if you're like a diehard Democratic Party guy. Okay? If you're the most annoying liberal on the planet, you should be genuinely trying to replace Biden.
And I still think it is possible to win. The bigger question is whether or not he can serve adequately in the job he is running for 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now. But to your point about the polls specifically, it's going to be really critical to see how people respond once we get more polling. The CBS poll was really only what we have so far. There are polls in the field right now. We will see if we get any before the July 4th weekend. We'll almost certainly get some in the week after. Donors are looking at them very closely. Democratic lawmakers are looking at them very closely. And there could be sort of like a run on the bank effect if it shows a real collapse of his support, but we don't know.
Let me quickly ask you about his family telling him to stay in the fight. You have First Lady Jill Biden telling Vogue magazine the family will not let those 90 minutes define the 4 years he's been president, and maintained we will continue to fight. But how much is a family's stance about Biden's legacy and remaining time in office versus the 4 years in office if he were reelected? To remind everyone, if he were reelected at the end of those 4 years, he would be 86.
What is this? Wait. New post-debate New Hampshire poll came out. Shows former President Donald Trump holding a narrow lead over Joe Biden. Nah, that's... There's also the Robert Kennedy part of this conversation, which I can't believe we're having, but it's like, what is happening in this country, dude? What is happening in this fucking country? Like, there's nothing funnier to me than all of these conspiracy guys loving RFK Jr. because he is such a regular fucking Democrat in every sense of the word. NPR finally interviewed RFK Jr. And in that interview, he, of course, said a bunch of shit like NPR is never showing my debates or my rallies because they're too afraid of the truth, whatever, right? So the NPR was asking like, okay, so what are your opinions on foreign policy? Like, how do you differ from Joe Biden? How do you differ from Donald Trump? He's like, we need to cut military spending. We need to balance the budget. And I was like, oh my God, he's talking about fucking balancing the budget. But hold on, let him cook. He's talking about cutting military spending. So then NPR asked him the question. Okay. You go, okay, what aspects of military funding would you want to cut? He's like, oh, we need to go back to like Cold War era spending. If it was good enough for the Cold War, then it's good enough for us now. Fine. And then they're like, so would you cut funding to Ukraine and Israel? And how did he answer that question? How did RFK Jr. answer that question? He said, I would cut funding to Ukraine. And of course, NPR predictably did not follow up on that and went, what about Israel? Would you not cut funding to Israel? Because of course he wouldn't, because he is like, on that front, he's basically just a Republican. On every other issue, he's a regular old Democrat. Okay? He is a regular run-of-the-mill Democrat who just is an anti-vaxxer, anti-medicine. I don't even want to just say anti-vaxxer, because RFK Jr. seemingly is anti-medicine, which I think is funnier than just simply being an anti-vaxxer. And honestly, that's it. It's you're like, I want the regular old Democratic Party agenda, but I also think medication makes you gay and autistic. If you're that kind of guy, RFK's for you. And it turns out there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who are like that, apparently. Significant enough people. Which is crazy. Anyway, let's continue.
I mean, it's such an interesting question. You know, the Biden campaign, Biden political life has always been a family affair. And you know, they are now in their bunker and they are trying to rally.
What? I've been watching you for a long time. I'm surprised you haven't talked more about RFK. Seems so much better than Biden. Not captured by corporations. Most important thing since Biden's doomed to lose. What are you talking about? RFK's not captured by corporations because he's already a run-of-the-mill Democrat on issues that fucking matter. Kind of a Republican on issues that are also pretty consequential. Okay, specifically so that he can, like, you know, become an outsider, seemingly be an outsider. But that's it. That's the reason why I don't talk about RFK Jr. Because he is not the outsider, ball player that you guys want to believe he is. Okay, he's just the crank guy. I was right on Andrew Yang before when everyone was glazing him in independent media. I was right on Tulsi Gabbard when everyone in independent media was glazing her. Okay, and I'm right on RFK now. Please stop with this fucking nonsense. Oh my Lord. Every fucking 4 years, there's a guy like RFK Jr. that comes out, okay, and presents themselves as this like outsider in the realm of politics. And every crank lover of like, heterodox thinking will gravitate towards that candidate like a bunch of fucking Jimmy Dore lovers out here. Okay. And every goddamn year I have to have this conversation. This year I didn't have this conversation at all because most people don't give a shit. So even the cranks don't give a shit that much. So they're not constantly coming in here being like, well, what about RFK? What about RFK? What about RFK? RFK, if you look at his fucking policy papers, he is literally just a regular fucking Democrat. And somewhat of a conservative Democrat, as a matter of fact, on a lot of issues. He's also an unconditional dick rider of Israel. He's both anti-Semitic in the sense that he believes Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese created COVID together, but he's also a relentless Zionist, which is awesome, I think. It's just really funny that people are like, this guy is a real outsider. It's like, bro, his last name is Kennedy. What are you talking about? An outsider. This is the closest to an American political dynasty we've ever gotten, aside from like the Bushes, you know? He's a libertarian. Come on. Yeah, okay. When I was 20, first following you, I thought Andrew Yang was an awesome candidate because of UBI until I watched your stream and realized what was going on, lol. Yeah.
They sometimes feel at their strongest when they are under pressure like this. They sort of unite and link together. The problem is that, to your point, there's some serious concerns from longtime Biden allies, Biden confidants, that staying in this race could tarnish what is otherwise a pretty incredible, improbable in some ways, legacy of political life. Because if he stays in this race and loses to Donald Trump, that could end up being the first line of his obituary. And that's what people who really love Joe Biden are still a little bit worried about.
Alex Thompson, thank you.
So let's get more now from CNN senior White House correspondent MJ Lee. MJ, Biden campaign aides are vehemently dismissing the possibility that he will drop out. Of course, we don't really have that temperature check of polls to see where the American electorate is on a Biden candidacy. What are you learning today?
Yeah, Brianna, that's absolutely right. The campaign for now is digging in. White House officials, senior campaign aides, they're all saying that there's no world where they are currently contemplating the idea of President Biden dropping out of the 2024 race, really emphasizing that he is staying in, and also the family making clear that they are fully behind the president as he continues to run for re-election as well. But it is really hard to overstate the widespread and deep panic within the Democratic Party. Biden aides, of course, they have been fielding phone calls, messages all weekend long from surrogates and donors and others within the party that were very concerned about the president's debate performance. And I think a really important space to watch going forward, Brianna, is going to be the down ballot races. I spoke with one Democratic lawmakers who said Congress is the firewall for the Democratic Party, and what they are.
Just wondering, Corbyn put UBI in his manifesto for election in the UK. Universal basic income is not necessarily a bad idea. It can be a left-wing UBI. It can be a right-wing UBI. The difference between a left-wing UBI and a right-wing UBI is that right-wing UBI is utilized as a mechanism to displace existing social safety nets. Left-wing UBI is complementary to the existing social safety nets. Andrew Yang's UBI was right-wing UBI, akin to Milton Friedman and his original assessment on UBI, which is give Americans money, but eviscerate, gut the social safety nets, gut the social sector completely, and then have them operate in a private marketplace. Anyway.
Are doing right now, Democratic lawmakers, is really waiting on research, waiting on polls, any data that could come in the coming days.
One question, why do you always have Jimmy Dore's dick in your mouth, a.k.a. Pookie? Please tell me it's because I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour and you're not an unironic Jimmy Dore dick rider in the year 2024. Like, that's crazy. Please, I'm not. Like, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break. You're going to tell me that, right? Like, you're here to be like, haha, just kidding. Like, you forgot to run the ad break. That's why I'm saying this. I'm not kidding. Oh, God. We're so back. We're back. Listen, this is a byproduct of being back. Okay? You're going to have some fucking MAGA dick riders in here, and you're going to have some fucking cranks in here. That's awesome. Here's the 3-minute ad break now for all, though. Unless you want to not see those ads. I love you all, but it sucks y'all still have beef. Brother, what are you talking about? It's the most one-sided beef of all time. I never wanted to talk about Jimmy Dore at all. I don't give a shit about Jimmy Dore. Get the fuck out of here. Every single one of these, I never talk about him. I just talked specifically about cranks, and his name was brought up for that reason. Like, this is not like a friendly contest where we were just like friends who we now have beef, okay? I don't want anything to do with him. You stay bringing him up, though. Can you find another moment where I brought him up in the past year? Like, it's going to be fucking two editions. And it's because of forced to vote, we all know. No, you dumb fuck. It's because he's like become this right-wing grifter who literally shits on anyone who doesn't come on his show, including Bernie Sanders. Okay? Who thinks that like there is a, allegiance that we can cultivate with like MAGA Trump supporters. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Delusional nonsense. I fucking hate how not only do I despise political cranks of this magnitude, specifically, I hate how parasocial and fucking sweaty you are. Like, why won't my two favorite content creators make up? Like, Jimmy Dore is like a 65-year-old man, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? Make up. Let him live his life. Go watch him if you want to watch him. I got nothing, I got nothing. With Jimmy Dore, Candace Owens attacking George Floyd. What is this? Fuck Jimmy Dore. The police did nothing wrong. They lied to you about George Floyd. Candace Owens. What is that? Is he a kick streamer? Is that Rumble? Yeah, dude, why can't you make up with my favorite political commentator ass Andy's are so stupid? And the one fucking clear and coherent through line here is that these people have no fucking real values. They have no principles. They have no moral convictions. The people that like, you're just watching this for pure sport and this guy appeals to you in some way. And I say the same shit about Destiny too. I say the same shit about all these people that you're like, oh, why aren't you friends with these people? It's like, they're not my fucking friends, dude. Okay, they're not. I have real, legitimate differences in opinion on a lot of issues, and all these motherfuckers should be happy that I don't talk about them, okay? Instead of constantly talking about them like I do with Ben Shapiro. Jimmy is a kook, but he has legit political strats. That's all. No, he doesn't. Jimmy is an idiot, but they know American political strategy. Yeah, no, totally. That's why he's always fucking cooking big time, dude. He kind of does. No, he doesn't. The fuck are you talking about? No, he's sold himself to you as such. So you're just in here regurgitating that. The last best thing that Jimmy Dore ever did was spit on Alex Jones. Okay, that's it. He did that, and you know it's been downhill since then. It's so funny. Anyway, don't say hawk to a. Ugh, you guys are fucking lame. Anyway. Where are these Jimmy Dore stands coming from? I don't know. Jimmy Dore show. The force the voters watched the Republican Party explode over the past year and are still running on that narrative that level of like chaos is actually was a sound strategy. Like, look at the Republican Party. They did the force the vote shit, which Democrats never can do regardless, but like they did that and they just have never let it go. Yeah, they it's so funny. They're just like wreckers. They claim to be fucking leftists, but they have the utmost contempt for anyone who is like ostensibly on the left. The members of the squad, those are the worst people in American politics in their eyes, okay? They're all big phonies. And also the Republican Party, on the other hand, they're not so bad, actually. It's like the moment that you say that to me, look, I'm a very simple guy, okay? I'm not very smart. I recognize that all day, every day. The moment that I start feeling like you don't have the same level of fucking smoke for the American Republican Party, which are the most significant terrorists in this goddamn nation, both domestically and in foreign policy, the moment that I feel like you don't have that level of fucking smoke for the Republicans that you do for like AOC and whatever, I'm like, I'm done. I'm cutting you out. Fuck it. Democratic Party across the board. I despise the Democratic Party. I shit on them with regular frequency. The moment that you fucking start taking for granted what the Republicans are saying and don't apply the same level of criticism that you have for these fucking charlatans in the blue is a moment where you're done. You're done. I will never be able to take you seriously because this is something that many people fail to consider. I talk about the Democrats a lot. So they come in here and they think, oh, this guy hates the Democrats just like I do. Okay, which is true. I do hate the Democrats. They're fucking awful. But the moment that you do not apply that same exact fucking level of criticism to the Republican Party, it's done. It's over. I will never be able to take you seriously. The moment that you come at me and go, Josh Hawley is a real, pro-labor candidate, huh? He went to the picket line. Get the fuck out of here, okay? The moment that you capitulate or even give a shred of legitimacy to like right-wing populism, immediately I'm like, I'm writing you off. You're a fucking moron. You're the dumbest person in America. Like, why do we distrust the Democrats? They claim to care about the labor part. They claim to care about labor. They don't, right? They don't. So why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever think the Republicans care about labor when they historically never have? It has to be righties pretending to be lefties, man. It happened in 2016 too. No, dude, you're fucking silly. It's not that. No, it's not right-wingers pretending to be lefties, brother. It's way dumber than that. It is literally way dumber than that. Americans want to be like, they want to present themselves as smart. They want to present themselves as heterodox thinkers, and that's it. It's just stupid people. It's literally just stupidity. That's it. There is no other rhyme or reason. It's not like an operation where they're like secretly like, let's infiltrate the Jimmy Dore sphere and we can fucking convince everyone in that sphere, all 300 of them, to be right wing. Like, yeah, okay, these guys weren't going to vote anyway. What the fuck are you talking about?
That might show that not only is the president going to lose the presidency, but he is going to lose the House. This Democratic lawmakers was essentially making the point that if such data were to come in, then the dam could break loose, and lawmakers who so far have been publicly behind the president could change their tune and say that it's time for somebody else to step in. But the campaign, for now, is doing their best to try to spin the debate as much as possible. They released a new campaign ad. The first one.
Jimmy Dore, Donald Trump will resurrect the Democratic Party if Trump gets elected, and we will have Elizabeth Warren in 2020. When he said that, Sam Cedar responded to him and said there's a chance Trump will add 3 Supreme Court justices. Sam was right. He also didn't know what a filibuster was. Okay, I have my own Jimmy Dore moment. Back when we were on the Young Turks together, we had a conversation in the 2016 election where I told him that I hate Hillary Clinton. However, Hillary Clinton will be significantly better than Donald Trump. On a lot of issues, Hillary Clinton is awful, okay? But Donald Trump is going to be far, far worse than Hillary Clinton. I said that. I said that to his face. We had an argument about it. I was right back then as well. Yeah, Jimmy Dore used to be on the TYT. So was I, for those of you who don't know. But how do you know that? I don't know, because I have eyes. I experienced the past of, the Trump presidency. I saw it. I saw it happen. I experienced it, as did you, I hope.
Since the debate, basically highlighting what they said were the lies that Donald Trump spewed during those 90 minutes. Take a look.
I know I'm not a young man, but I know how to do this job. I know right from wrong. I know how to tell the truth. And I know, like millions of Americans know.
Like, you can't be serious if you're asking, like, how is Donald Trump worse, right? Like, we have a 6-3 overwhelming supermajority in the Supreme Court. That alone is enough. Like, what are we talking about? He also completely diminished every federal regulatory agency. He either put direct lobbyists into positions of power, okay? He put the worst corporate animals into positions of power, including like billionaires, and he refused to appoint people into positions that he was supposed to. It got so bad that fucking GM came out and was like, you really have to do something about carbon pollution. Or no, not carbon pollution. The what was it? He deregulated fracking. And it got so bad that even American industrialists were like, we have to dial this back a little bit. Like it's just out of control. Anyway, it's just, no, it's not carbon capture. Anyway. This is a shit approach from Biden campaign. Everyone knows Trump lies constantly. I know. I know. I know.
When you get knocked down, you get back up.
Really speaks volumes, Brianna, that this ad pulls from Donald Trump and what he said during the debate, but only pulls from the president and his appearance.
I mean, dude, I'm still not done with the Trump shit. Largest fucking tax cuts for corporations and the wealthy at a time when like unimaginable profits were happening. Unimaginable profits. Since the Reagan era, Donald Trump brought forward the largest tax cuts. And the funniest part about those tax cuts were that at the top marginal tax rate, those tax cuts are permanent. Every other tax cut, however, all the little fucking $5 at the end of the month that you got back in your pocket, those sunset because they don't give a fuck about you, okay? Tax cuts are made permanent for the wealthy and the corporations, lowering the corporate tax rate, lowering the top marginal tax rate. Meanwhile, your tax cuts have sunsetted or are slated to sunset next year, okay? It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. It's anyway.
At a rally the day after the debate and not from anything that he said during the debate.
Yeah, certainly. Is there any reaction, MJ, from the White House or from the campaign when it comes to this Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity?
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly seizing the news cycle to make the points that they already had been about January 6th and the issue of democracy overall, saying that this all goes to show, and their message hasn't changed on this, that January 6th was an event where Donald Trump played a terrible role for the country. And that all of this just is a reminder of the threat that Donald Trump represents. This is what one senior advisor to the president said in a statement. They said, today's ruling doesn't change the facts. So let's be very clear about what happened on January 6th. Donald Trump snapped after he lost the 2020 election and encouraged a mob to overthrow the results of a free and fair election. They also said Trump is already running for president as a convicted felon for the very same reason. He sat idly by while the mob violently attacked the Capitol. He thinks he's above the law and is willing to do anything to gain and hold on to power for himself. Just goes on to say that Trump is worse than before, more unhinged, commenting on what he said recently about being a dictator on day one. So basically, they're trying to make the point that regardless of the Supreme Court ruling today, their message on this point, at least, is going to remain the same.
We had heard that Joe Biden was going to be holed up at Camp David yesterday with his family, and the initial reports were that they were going to discuss what's going on. Actually, they got together for a photo shoot with Vogue magazine. Annie Leibovitz, the infamous, very famous photographer, took.
By the way, I want to say something here. Maybe you guys will disagree with me, but the part of the reason why the Republicans are not in unison, being like, oh, no, don't actually fucking take Biden off the ticket, he's doing fine, is because of what I just mentioned, that the race is close still. Like, because I feel like if they genuinely thought they could beat Biden, they would be like not hitting it as hard that he's like mentally ill and whatever, or demented. But the reason why they're not doing that is because the race is close, and therefore, like, they are using this as an opportunity to continue hammering the narrative that like Joe Biden is demented. They don't want Joe Biden to be replaced. They just want to keep hitting Joe Biden. Part of the reason why they don't want Joe Biden to be Part of the, or sorry, they are worried about Biden's replacement, but they're worried about Biden as well. That's a better way to put it. Because like, why the fuck else would they be constantly talking about like, yeah, you got to replace Joe Biden. You got to replace Joe Biden. It's because one, they know that it's not going to happen. And two, they're basically fucking worried about Joe Biden anyway. So they're trying to hammer him as much as possible on the demented front.
The pictures.
And you've been doing the same thing for the last 3 to 4 days. So what do you like to see from Biden's camp for him to step down? What's our path to victory here? Answer the question. How do we keep him out of office? Biden or someone else? Yes, someone else. Yeah. Replace him at the convention. Explain to the American population that these things happen. Joe Biden comes out with a swift exit, says like, listen, I've been a statesman for as long as many people have been alive. And I think it is my final act. Like I want to make sure that the end of my presidency has a solid legacy. Has this ever happened before? Why is it that motherfuckers that come in here with so much attitude are completely oblivious to the history of America? Yes, yes, it has happened before. Okay. 1, presidents die. Okay. That's happened. 2, it has happened before. Lyndon B. Johnson. The point is, it's about how it should happen. It's about how it should happen. No, the attitude, I'm asking a question. No, the attitude is coming from this, and you've been doing the same thing for the last 3 to 4 days. That's where the attitude is coming from. Don't fucking try to sneak that in here as though you didn't come in here with some goddamn attitude. Okay, you did. You did come in here with some fucking attitude. You're saying that I am cynically attacking Biden in the same way that like Republicans are. Okay, don't try to fucking don't try to do this thing where you're like, oh well, is that a fact or no? The energy and the motivation behind why I'm saying Joe Biden needs to be replaced is not the same as fucking Fox News, unless you're so stupid that you stupidly fucking subscribe for 3 months to a Fox News style political commentator. Is that what you're saying? I don't think you're stupid. Like immediately going, oh, you're being critical to Joe Biden in an election year who is like 800 years fucking old, and repeating the same criticisms that you've had of Joe Biden that you've had since 2020, since even before he ran, as a matter of fact. While he was running, I was saying this shit, okay? While he was running, I was like, why are we dropping the incumbent advantage that we're going to have when Joe Biden's brain is like obviously deteriorated even back then in comparison to how he was in 2018, in comparison to how he was in 2016, in comparison to how he was in 2012. I'm sorry that I'm not going to shut the fuck up about like something that I'm obviously correct on now that like you're worried about Biden's prospects. Okay? It's so ridiculous. And it's basically the same exact principle behind Hillary 2016. Can you give us the example of this happening before? I'd like to be educated on this. Yes, Democratic candidates or Democratic incumbents have dropped out. Okay. I already did. I'm worried mainly about minorities. What happened today is crazy. What? What happened today happened under the Biden presidency, number one. Number two, Biden literally refused to fucking pack the court because he said it would be politicizing the Supreme Court. What happened today is literally another fucking direct example of another thing that I criticized Biden on heavily in the beginning of his fucking presidency that he didn't follow through on. Okay? He refused to expand the Supreme Court. He refused to push to expand the Supreme Court. He said he can't do that. Okay? Now that I answered your former question, it's really funny that you're also turning around and being like, well, what about the minorities? What do you want? You want Biden to fucking kill the minorities personally instead of Donald Trump? Is that what you want? That'll make you fucking content with the situation at hand? We're always like, oh, well, he's a little bean. He's a small bean. He can't do nothing. Then why the fuck are we voting for him? Like, what do you mean, small bean? I want a big bean, okay? I want a bean that can do something.
Apparently, and I was reading the New York Times this morning, they weren't going to talk at all about Joe's future because there were too many outsiders who could listen in. But the family,
if you're worried about what might happen to minorities under the Trump regime, you should probably, I don't know, get the fucking phone banking and lie to every person that you talk to about Biden's immigration policy, which is Trump's immigration policy from 4 years ago. Okay? You should lie to voters so you can get them to go out and vote for Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden, on the other hand, is taking a right-wing stance on immigration. So maybe you don't care about minorities at all. You just want fucking the Democratic Party to win. I don't know.
Itself is saying, you know what, Grandpa, go for it, because you're the only one who can beat Joe Biden and beat Donald Trump. And one of his staunchest allies who said, "Don't give up, Dad," is Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden is now
Yeah, Hunter Biden is now my enemy, by the way. Like, I can't believe I'm saying this. I've defended him for so long. I love Hunter Biden. You guys know this, my fucking crack smoking king. You son of a bitch. You could have saved this goddamn nation, but look at what you did. Crackhead motherfucker.
an advisor to the president. Of course, President Joe Biden has said that he's the smartest person that he knows. They're now blaming advisors. Politico had this headline: Biden's family privately criticizes top advisors and pushes for their ouster at Camp David meeting. It's very interesting. They went on to say the blame was cast widely on staffers, including Anita Dunn, the senior advisor who frequently has the president's ear, her husband, Bob Bauer, the president's attorney who played Trump in rehearsals at Camp David, and Ron Klain, the former chief of staff who ran point on the debate prep in previous cycle sessions. So they're
yeah, is everybody but Biden that is at fault?
We're back at Camp David, the place the president spent a week preparing with these 16 advisors. And Lawrence, they're now trying to blame the performance on them rather than maybe on the president and the way that he did.
Yeah, that is their fault that he just came out and was like, well, we beat Medicare. Yeah, it's their fault, actually. We beat Medicare.
How insane is this family? I mean, these are the people that essentially.
I don't trust the word that Fox says about this. No, this is like, they're flexing, but this is like actual fucking reporting from the New York Times, is actual reporting from Axios. They're not like, their commentary on top of it is obviously bullshit, but the accuracy of the statements, you know, I mean, it's the New York Times. You can't treat it with the same level of scrutiny that you treat Fox News, I guess, especially when it comes to domestic policy. They're just covering the New York Times reporting on it and shitting on the New York Times reporting on it. They're not making this stuff up.
The president on life support that are scripting his every move. They're defending his son, his family's business dealing, everybody that wants to be ushered in and out of the White House, a crisis with his granddaughter who he just started to claim after they were shamed into claiming him. Every single day, they're having to deal with something with this president and his standing with the world. And instead of getting some type of gratefulness for trying to let the president rest for 7 days and give him all these canned lines, they're blamed, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. They're going to blame people that have been with him for 25 years, whether you like it or not, Anita Dunn. Whether you like it or not, Ron Klain. These are the people that drilled him, and James Clyburn said, hey, he was over-prepared. Really? He was over-prepared? I think the other story is he had an emergency call with donors yesterday, not him, but his people, to assure them that he's not going anywhere, your money's good, Joe's still going to win. And according to Joe Zalazar, one of the people on that call, they didn't really feel assured that things are going to be better. They didn't have anything substantive to say how things are going to improve. Why? Because there's a big talk that Joe can't do anything after 4 o'clock. Right. Between 10 and 4 is the only time he can get work done. Well, he scheduled...
like, that sounds like a Fox News lie, because it's so insane, right? How ridiculous. Excuse me, that's the sitting president. You're telling me that the sitting, oh wait, that's an Axios reporting from Alex Thompson, who literally was just on CNN in the video prior that we watched. And he's the one who reported on it. I know that like when you hear Fox News say it, you're like, this must be fake because it's fucking Fox News. But the reporting on it is actually sound. It's real. That's what's crazy about the situation, that it makes Fox News look reasonable.
He scheduled a debate. He got all his terms at 9 p.m. You saw him 5 hours into his sunset period. By the way, it brings you to a bit bigger story. Can you do the job between 10 and 4? That's a 24-hour job. Right. You notice how when he goes out to the G7, he goes overseas, guys, he needs a day off. Yeah. When he comes home, he needs a day off. Where's he going to go after tomorrow? He's going to have more days off at the beach in Delaware.
Okay, this is also ridiculous because you're Trump dick riders at Fox News. And he's the king of time off task. Like, are we serious? Like, that motherfucker also hated working. At least Biden is like dying. You know what I mean? At least he has an excuse. He's 854 years old. Donald Trump, old too, but like he's more mentally competent than fucking Joe Brandon is, and yet he fucking loved taking days. He didn't work a day in his goddamn presidency, dude. He didn't even age. That's what I've been thinking about that since that chatter brought it up. That motherfucker didn't even age during the 4 years. Like every president goes to the beach that makes you old, usually. Over the course of the first 4 years, your hair starts to get white if it's not white already. You know, like Barack Obama. Donald Trump looks the same, which is really fucking annoying, which shows me that he was not working, okay? His ass was not working. He did not give a fuck about being president. Like, the noticeable rapid deterioration did not kick in the same way that it did for Brandon, in the same way that it did for Obama, in the same way that it did for George W. Bush. That motherfucker got a tan on. He was golfing the whole time. Piece of shit.
He's telling you in so many words and his actions, he can't do the job.
Yeah. Well, do you remember a couple of election cycles ago when the question was, will this person be able to answer the phone call at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning?
Phone call.
The answer, according to Joe Biden.
Once again, Trump is not answering any phone calls at 2 a.m. Okay? Trump is not answering any phone calls at 2 a.m. You're out of your fucking mind if you think he's like doing the same shit. He's working less hours than 10 to 4. Okay? Come on now.
And staff is absolutely not, unless you get him after breakfast and before happy hour. He's shot. Bill Ackman, who was not a Trump supporter but now is on the Trump train, he did support Joe Biden financially, but he wrote this yesterday on X, formerly Twitter.
What? Donald Trump was exponentially better than fucking... Oh, people are going crazy. Donald Trump was not exponentially better than Joe Biden.
I no longer blame President Biden for not stepping aside. He no longer has the mental acuity to make important judgments about himself. It is becoming increasingly clear, however, that the fault lies with the First Lady, Jill Biden. And anger is growing at the First Lady because let's face it, she's with him everywhere. That's right. She knows when he goes, sleepy time. Yeah. She and White House aides have, and we're hearing more and more about this, have for the last 3.5 years essentially concealed the condition of the President of the United States, which makes you wonder, and we have said this for years, who is putting the stuff in the teleprompter? Who is really the President of the United States? Because if she's calling the shots, I don't remember her name being on the ballot.
Yeah, well, this has been described as Joe Biden's the emperor has no clothes moment. They've been trying to hide him away for years. They've never made the White House physician available for questioning by the press corps. You, of course, have the Robert Hur report, which the White House and Department of Justice will not release the audio of that interview with President Biden on his classified documents case when he was not charged with a series of felonies they say he did commit because of his memory and his performance in that interview. And of course, now going back to Jill Biden, First Lady, we have breaking news on the Vogue cover. She's on the August cover of Vogue, and they say that she will be the president's closest confidant and advocate going into November. So they were working on this story for a while, and they put an update at the top saying after the debate there's talk about whether he should continue, and she is going to keep pushing for him to continue this race.
It's amazing that she made it to the cover, and we have a former first lady that was an actual model and couldn't manage to be on the cover. Joe Salazar, he's an elected DNC.
They're so mad. Why won't you put Melania's sexy ass on the cover? That's really fucked up. God, these guys are... This is the difference, okay? They're just so permacucked. I can't believe Melania's sexy ass was not on the cover. Put her on the cover right now.
Member from Colorado. This is what he said about the call, because they're gaslighting us all. He says, I was hoping for more of a substantive conversation instead of, hey, let's go out there and just be cheerleaders, without actually addressing a very serious issue that unfolded on American televisions for 1 million people to see. There were a number of things that could have been said in addressing the situation, but we didn't get that, Brian. We were being gaslit, and we saw more of it yesterday all over the Sunday shows. Watch.
Do you think President Biden should drop out of this race, Senator?
Oh, absolutely not.
Joe Biden's decision to go forward is a decision that we will all embrace because of the record he has and the performance that will come with it.
It's not a
and that whole abandoned Biden thing, that's the dumbest I've ever heard.
Joe Biden has earned, and Joe Biden deserves the confidence, the respect, and frankly, the partnership that we now have to provide to him.
I've been a part of debate preparation before, and I know what when I see what I call preparation overload. And that's exactly what was going on the other night.
The only Democrat who's ever beaten Donald Trump is Joe Biden. He is our candidate for November, and he has the best shot to beat him.
All right, Brian.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's so interesting that Chris Coons says now he's the only one who can beat Donald Trump, and he's not wrong. It looks like Kamala Harris head-to-head loses by about 5 points, and all you have to do is look at Gavin Newsom's record. He's got 44% approval in California. So I don't know if he's going to bring that national. Governor Pritzker, is that going to be an option? It looks like the machine is with Joe Biden. Barring an episode, he's going to be the guy. And I also think it's important to point out that the one person who came out and said we're talking about all options was Jamie Raskin. He said, we're sticking with Joe Biden, but we're having serious conversation behind the scenes.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Good morning and welcome to Morning Joe on this Monday, July 1st. This morning, we are waking up to a sea of headlines and opinion pieces from major news organizations, former party leaders, and very loud whispers, mostly behind the scenes, from present leading Democrats who say it is over. Here's a taste of the global call for President Joe Biden to get out of the race. The New York Times editorial board says Biden is not the man he was 4 years ago, calling his candidacy, quote, a reckless gamble. Editors at Georgia's largest newspaper, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, echoed that take, demanding the president pass the torch.
Not Mika.
Quote, Biden deserves a better exit from public life than the one he endured when he shuffled off the stage on Thursday night. And then there were the headlines, sneering, mocking, jeering all at once. This was the performance that has gotten us to this point.
We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Classic case of over preparing. That's like, I'm looking right at it. I'm telling you, you hate to see it. Another classic over prepared moment.
It was bad. He said, we quote, we beat Medicare. He couldn't seem to land a thought. It was an unmitigated disaster by any measure. More than 3 days after that debate, it is still hard to comprehend what we saw from the president. The weak, raspy voice, the inability to complete basic thoughts. Most importantly, the failure to call out Donald Trump on his endless lies. Where was that? And yet, the very next day in North Carolina, there was Joe Biden, back to form, finding his voice, his winning smile, the vintage sparkle back in his eyes.
Bro, that's crazy. Like, I get defending Joe Biden. That's one thing. But, like, Mika wants to fuck him. The glaze is out of control, dude. What, he's so sexy. His beautiful smile, his winning smile. What the fuck? Bro. That's not baby girl you're talking to. That is an 800-year-old man who's the motherfucking president of this country. Okay? What is happening?
Appearances that were as different as, well, night and day.
I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
So what was different? A little more sleep? Perhaps it was an event during the day, rather it...
The funniest thing is, like, bro, it's not like you got knocked down. Like, you fell down like an old person. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't actually, like, it's not like Trump beat you. Like, it's not like Trump beat your ass. You beat yourself, dude. You just fell and you couldn't get up. So I don't even know what that means when he says, like, oh, you get back, you get knocked down, you get back up again. Like, does he mean like at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, you get knocked back for a second and you're like, whoa, 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 chill. What do you mean? And then, you know, you realize you're subscribed to the Hasanabi broadcast. So you get up again and you actually continue watching without any sort of interruptions whatsoever. Maybe that's what he means by that. Chumbawamba ass. Muffin Coats, thank you for the 5-tier and give the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute break now.
At night, on debate night, 90 minutes starting at 9 p.m., Joe Biden was fresh off back-to-back trips to Europe, first to Normandy for the 80th anniversary of D-Day and a state dinner with President Macron, and then to Italy for the G7, followed by a flight across 12 time zones to L.A. for a fundraiser with former...
Oh, he was too tired, bro. He was a tired little guy. That's what it is. That you guys are being silly. I didn't realize. It was EP.
Former President Barack Obama. Just 33 hours later, he was headed back to the East Coast.
Someone in the chat said, honestly, you sounded like him yesterday. One, I am not the fucking president, nor am I running for president. That's number one. Number two, when I fly, I don't fly in Air Force One with like medical healthcare professionals by my fucking side, ensuring that I am mentally fit at all moments, firing off on all fucking cylinders. The fuck? I'm over here running a fucking trying to catch a connection in Munich that is delayed with my bags and shit, and you're like, oh, isn't that the same? Yeah, dude, it's the same as flying with Air Force One.
The debate was also 2 weeks after his son Hunter was convicted on 3 felony gun charges and faces prison time.
Okay, this is
President
awesome.
Biden painfully told America he would not pardon his son. I really question his schedule. It makes me angry that he was moving across the world on 4 different time zones. It seems to me this is a lack of discipline. These were important events that he was going to, but the stakes in this election could not be.
This is awesome, dude. This is officially blue and on Trump level dick riding for Biden. That's awesome. He was an EP little guy. He was really sad. I'm actually mad that they made him fly around to like do presidential duties. That's great. That's awesome. Like the setup is so sick for the, oh, well, you know, next time it'll be different.
And higher. Like many, I want to know, was this a one-off episode or a sign of what's to come? Can his team and the president himself move forward with more discipline and also manage the fact that he's 81? And while we're at it, let's talk about his age. Age is wisdom and experience that in the case of Joe Biden leads to more bipartisan legislation passed than any president over the past few generations and the largest expansion of NATO's alliance in history. Under Joe Biden and his age, America is stronger economically and militarily than any time in half a century. And while facts may not.
I hate when people just like openly go, oh, it's Biden's fault that Ukraine happened. But like, how is this any different than saying, no, Biden did Ukraine? No, man, the NATO expansion happened because of Vladimir Putin, just like the Ukraine invasion happened because of Vladimir Putin. Fuck do you mean? Oh, he expanded NATO so perfectly. It's like, no. Vladimir Putin expanded NATO. It's so stupid.
Not matter to Donald Trump and his friends in the far right media. Those are the objective facts. And that is the undeniable truth.
I'm beyond the point of like even
Here's another
considering that a
truth.
W. I don't think so, but regardless.
Age also needs to be managed. On my 50 over 50 lists, I celebrate women who are reaching their highest power well over 50, 60, 70, 80, even 90. And yet every one of those women are managing their fabulous age. I don't think it's over. This moment in the race fits the entire narrative of Joe Biden's life. In his personal and professional life, Biden has repeatedly risen up from rock bottom. It's what we love about him. So many draw hope from his empathy and his ability to have perspective, even right now, and to persevere when he is completely counted out. His list of losses and failures is long and would be unbearable for most. In 1972, his wife and baby daughter were killed in a car accident. He had been elected to the Senate and took the oath of office in his surviving son's hospital room to remain by their bedsides. In 1987, his first campaign for president came to an end, and so nearly did his life, when a few months later, he suffered a brain aneurysm. It was...
Yeah, bro, God's been telling this man to hang it up. Also, his 1988 presidential run didn't fucking come to a close because of the brain aneurysm that came after. It came to a close because he was ritualistically humiliated by every media outlet for plagiarizing his fucking speech. Now, of course, back then, shit like that mattered. Nowadays, nobody gives a fuck. But like back then, people certainly did care about it. He actually very famously plagiarized verbatim a speech that a Labor guy gave in, I think, was it in like British Parliament? I can't remember. Kinnock? And yeah, and that is the reason why he had to, he humiliated himself so much. They used to call him an idiot. They made fun of him. Yeah, it was Neil Kinnock's speech that he stole. I'm the first Biden to ever, I'm the first person with the last name Biden from my family to go to college. Didn't Joe also should have lie half the time? Yeah, he used to lie back then. He lied a lot in the 2016 candidate, in the 2016 run. He lied in 2020 as well, in the primaries. Yeah, the funniest is, yeah, it is an autobiographical speech that Kinnock gave. That's why it was funny. All right, let's continue.
Severe that his doctor told him his chance of survival was less than half just to survive the surgery. And even if he lived, a long list of physical and mental limitations were likely. At his bedside before the surgery, he told his sons he was proud of them. And then Joe Biden survived the surgery, rehabilitated, and didn't look back. In 2008, his second bid for the presidency came to another early, painful end. After a poor showing in Iowa, he finished near the bottom with less than 1% of the vote, his campaign bottoming out after another low blow. And yet, the following summer, Biden would be back.
Yeah, this fucking dipshit rehabilitated him. Because they needed like a racist dude on the ticket, in a democratic way, like not obviously like a Republican style racist, but like at least like a centrist, goofy, somewhat likable white guy. That's why they brought him in. Literally, everyone was terrified of a black dude with the middle name Hussein. So, at the time, the Democratic Party's calculation was, oh, we need like a racist guy on there, on that ticket to like, soothe the fears of the white voters that are going to be terrified of a man by the name of Barack Hussein Obama.
On the Democratic ticket as Barack Obama's running mate. 5 years later, a year into his second term as vice president, Joe Biden's son, Beau, was diagnosed with brain cancer, believed to have been caused by exposure to burn pits while his son was serving in Iraq as a captain in the Army National Guard. Beau would die 2 years later. The second child Joe Biden would have to bury. That is the lowest of lows in Joe Biden's life. In 2015, another political failure. Barack Obama chose to support Hillary Clinton as his heir apparent and not even his own vice president. After numerous political and personal setbacks, Joe Biden may have questioned whether he would ever return to presidential politics again.
Yeah, he should have never run. Or told Obama to fuck off and ran in 2016, which he still would have lost, but. He would have beat Trump. Straight up. It's just so funny. She just did not say like what he has done that's good. Like, this has been 8 minutes of her being like, he's a fucking loser. Everyone around him has died over and over again. Like, he's almost died many times over. Look at the sequence of L's as he's just been uplifted for some weird fucking reason by others around him. I'm back. That's annoying. I lived, bitch. That was crazy. Wait, what the fuck? I'm still effing. Hotel Wi-Fi, guys. Not much you can do. It's jumpy. It's going up and down. It might be effing a little bit. It's a little unstable, but we'll get through it. It's going to be a little unstable for a brief moment, and then it's going to fix itself again. Fucking Croatia, dude. Did you find some migrant food? No, I had a turkey medallion and a fucking filet. Tell your neighbor to stop downloading porn. He's hogging the Wi-Fi. I know. Anyway, I like that Joe Biden's big moment is Charlottesville. She's so invested in the narrative. Like, he saw Charlottesville and was like, I have to put a stop to this.
A threat to our nation's core values, Biden announced his third try for the White House. And just like his first two presidential campaigns, he was staring at an early exit in the race, stumbling in the first Democratic debate after a broadside by Kamala Harris. He finished a distant fourth in Iowa and an even worse fifth in New Hampshire. All experts, just like right now, said
I hate this fucking, he just came back from the dead over and over again. Like, dude, he's been carried every time. Am I effing again? Fuck. Classic. Hold on. It's just patchy for now. The internet is going to fix itself. It's just patchy. It's cutting in and out at the moment, but it'll be fine in a second. I don't know why the fuck is so bad, but this would never happen under Yugoslavia rule. Yeah, my fucking download speed right now is 2.65 megabits. It's so bad. And my upload, I suspect, is even worse. I don't even know if you guys can see me or hear me right now. No, my upload, it says, is at 41 megabits. What the hell? My upload is great, actually. Dude, I'm looking at my upload speeds right now. It's at 40. My download is 2. My upload is 32. How is that possible? Why is that possible? European internet is so weird. No, March is not here. The internet's going to fix itself. That's DNC's strategy for Biden. Yeah, except what do you want me to do? This is completely outside of my power at this point. I'm in a fucking foreign country. It's so funny because a chatter asked earlier, how do you have such consistent, reliable speeds whenever you're in a hotel? Like, they literally asked that question earlier, and now you understand. I do not. Your faith in the hotel Wi-Fi is stronger than my grandmother's Catholic faith? Yeah, maybe the neighbor's streaming too. My fucking Croat neighbor is streaming. You just occasionally lag out? Yeah, hold on.
it was over for the man from Scranton.
No one has gone this far, finishing 4th and 5th and vastly under expectations. And when you make an argument that you're the most electable Democrat in the field and you can't back that up, that's a serious problem.
There's tremendous amount of goodwill for the former vice president. Very, very well liked in the Democratic Party, but you have to give a reason why you're running.
Yeah, Biden's plummet has been really something to watch.
It was quite an awkward interview on the set of Morning Joe in New Hampshire. Awkward for everyone on the set, except Joe Biden. As his political obituary was being written, Biden was joyful and ready to keep fighting.
I still feel good. This is, it's a long haul. Any Democratic candidate who's beaten an incumbent has been someone who so far has been able to get a significant support from the African-American community. I think Donald Trump's demonstrated. The last guy he wants to run against is me. I mean,
bro, straight up, even then, he was old. Even then, I criticized this quite a bit. But right now, think about how he sounds like right now versus back then.
I mean, think about it.
He's kind of obsessed with you.
Mildly. I've become the object of his great affection.
Our Joe Scarborough wrote a piece for the Washington Post at the time entitled, "No Matter How This Race Ends, I'm Proud of Joe Biden," which ended, quote, "Whether his campaign can survive the body blows delivered by Iowa and New Hampshire remains to be seen, but as Joe Biden has endured worse." And yet, once again, Biden found a way up.
I just never want to hear. I never want to hear liberals or anyone else like talk shit about Kim Jong-un ever again. This is literally just some Kim Jong-un shit. Like, this is like dear leader praise, dude. Straight up. Our Joe, she said.
Up from rock bottom. South Carolina gave his campaign new life, and he secured the Democratic nomination. And the rest is historic, literally. As president, his legislative wins are unmatched this century. The American Rescue Plan to help the recovery from COVID.
Dude, he was always expected to win South Carolina because of Jim Clyburn. And the media literally covered it as though it was like this most unimaginable victory. And they gave him $3 billion. I remember at the time, $3 billion in fucking free media over the course of 2 days before Super Tuesday. He cleared out Super Tuesday without stepping foot in half of those fucking states. Okay? I'm telling you, it's just like this man has never won anything on his own. He's never won anything on his own.
The bipartisan infrastructure law to rebuild the country, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first legislative action on guns in decades, and the CHIPS and Science Act. He expanded health care for veterans through the PACT Act. He signed marriage equality into law, and he got the Inflation Reduction Act passed to address the rising costs of living and deliver historic action on the climate. He appointed and got confirmation of the first black woman to the Supreme Court. He protected the Affordable Care Act and provided billions in student debt relief. He negotiated the toughest, most conservative border control bill in decades, only to see it get torpedoed by Donald Trump, who cynically didn't want a solution to the problem, only an issue to demagogue and campaign on.
Yeah. It's great. Yeah, boo, I can't believe Donald Trump ruined his like beautiful policy for the border. Like, what the fuck are you saying? God, I hate these people. They're such charlatans. They have no convictions. They have no morality. They have nothing. Like, it's all just posture.
On all the while, Biden solidified key international alliances, expanded NATO, and rallied the world in support of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. Right now, he's managing not one, but two hot wars. Days after the October 7th massacre in Israel, Biden got on Air Force One to attend an Israeli war cabinet meeting in person. This after going to Kyiv, Ukraine by train via Poland, despite the tremendous risk and difficult conditions. And through all of this, he delivered the lowest unemployment in 40 years, the strongest dollar in 50 years, and the most successful stock market of all time. So now, after Thursday...
Bro, if this is glazing, like, we deserve to lose. Like, actually. Oh, man, he went to Israel, dude. It was so sick. I love him. Negative real wage growth for 2 fucking years under his 4-year presidency. I'm so glad he expanded NATO. Like, what American... I'm sorry. Outside of the DMV, what fucking American that isn't on Reddit all the goddamn time is like, yeah, you know, I really love Biden for expanding NATO. Yeah, it's my favorite that he went to Israel. Love the way he's dealing with Israel. 75% disapproval on Israel, by the way. People literally think Donald Trump outside of the DNC. No, DMV. I said what I said.
His abysmal debate performance, President Biden finds himself at rock bottom again. It was bad. And again, a chorus of Biden doubters. My family and I, as you know, have known this man for decades, and his family as well. And yes, I know them personally. And I still believe in Joe Biden.
Yeah, no shit.
I've learned that counting him out is always a mistake. And doing that now could be catastrophic for our country. Do there need to be changes? Yes. Managing him. Management. To his schedule. Changes maybe even to those around him. I'll also say America needs an explanation from Joe Biden and reassurance that the other night was a one-time event and not part of a larger problem. By the way, Biden likes to tell people, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. So let's take a quick...
Bro. Democrats deserve to lose every election. This is so crazy. I just know your fucking parents are watching this. Is that a Milka bar Hassan chocolate review? No, it's a legendary Pop-Tart. 180 calories, 20 grams of protein. It's a banger. It's the blueberry one. This level of glazing is insane. It's just not even bordering on delusion. It is actually delusional.
To look at the current alternative. Not a hypothetical, imagined new Democratic candidate, the actual current alternative, who was across from Joe Biden at Thursday's debate, Donald Trump, the man who incited a political coup against our government and who indicates he will not accept the results of the 2024 election if he loses again.
Bro, it is the severity of Donald Trump that is supposed to cause the Democratic Party to take serious action and not like rely on defensive voting and not rely on lesser evil voting. Okay? Like, that is the whole point. Oh, this is crazy. I can't believe you want Donald Trump to win. Okay, dude. It's not even top of the hour. What the fuck are you talking about?
The convicted felon who faces 3 more indictments. The man who was found liable for sexual assault. The man who was found liable for massive fraud. The man who brags about having ended a woman's right to abortion health care, a decision that is killing women and babies and causing immeasurable and preventable agony for women across the country. The man whose tax proposals could cripple the economy, according to over a dozen Nobel Prize economists.
Are you in favor of Trump because it will more quickly initiate the change we need to see? Like, what are you? Yeah, dude, I really want a Muslim ban. Like, I want to deport every Muslim in the country. And I also think immigrants are rapists. And I want to deport every fucking immigrant in the nation. That's why I'm a big fan of Donald Trump. Damn, I didn't know you were like that. Yeah, you fucking idiot, because I'm not like that. That's... How do I deal with a person like this? I don't know. Like, you... Who's dumber than Joe Biden? This fucking guy, it seems. What the fuck are you saying? I forget that I have a lot of newcomers in this community who don't understand when I'm being sarcastic. I would have expected that, you know, someone who's an anchor baby whose name is Hassan would probably be saying sarcastic shit when he says, I love a ban on Muslims And I think all Muslims should be deported. And I think all immigrants should be deported. Like, I would expect people to be like, oh, yeah, he must be saying the opposite of what he actually believes, to imply that those are the things that Donald Trump is into. And therefore, of course, I would not be into those things.
The man who would end key global alliances. The man who has promised retribution against his perceived political enemies. The man who on a regular basis makes no sense at all. When he said,
May I have a follow-up question? Sure.
Sounds crazy and slurs his words and talks about batteries and sharks, why aren't there calls for Trump to drop out? Where are they?
My controversial opinion is the shark thing they keep dunking on him for, but it's like, it's actually a classic Trumpism, and it's actually not bad at all. It's that kind of fire. Like, they keep going like, the shark battery equation that he put forward, the hypothetical scenario, where it's like you're in a fucking ship with a electric battery in it. He thinks that like electricity would, like, you'd get electrocuted if the battery fucking touched the water. Not understanding how bodies of water works, not understanding how batteries work. And then he's like, oh yeah, I would like, you know, would I jump in the water and die by the shark, or would I get electrocuted by the battery? And it's like, that's a classic Trump take, you know? That's a classic Trump story. It's hilarious. It's very fucking stupid. He has this like very reasonable fear of sharks, which I do too, to be fair to Donald Trump, my goat, who I'm voting for. I told this guy, you can have a follow-up question, and he died, I think. He forgot how to breathe. Yeah. He said, Don.
In the Philadelphia Inquirer, their editorial board did take a stand, writing, quote, to serve his country, Donald Trump should leave the race. Well, there's one. But where are the other editorial heads? Leaders who were so rocked the other night.
Dude, why would the fucking guy whose base wants to kill journalists, like execute them Pinochet style, why would the guy leading the fuck journalism, fake news cause ever listen to the Philadelphia Inquirer or the New York Times? If the New York Times is like, oh, Donald Trump needs to step down to save democracy, yeah, he'd be like, look, they hate me. Look how awesome it is that these fucking pieces of shit hate me. Don't you guys hate these elitist pieces of shit? Well, they hate me because I love you. Boom, it's over. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, of course the New York Times op-ed editorial board is not writing about Donald Trump like that. That doesn't mean they like him. They literally very clearly showcase how much they hate him in that fucking op-ed. They're like, this guy's a threat to democracy, which is fair. I mean, it's like, it's not wrong. He is a threat to democracy. This guy wants to deport every immigrant in this country, which is also, again, fair. He said that. So if this is as serious as the Democratic Party claims it is, if democracy is truly on the ballot, then our hitter can't be Joe Biden. It is precisely because the New York Times and many other fucking outlets understand the severity of circumstances that they don't want a repeat of 2016 with Hillary Clinton. That's literally all this is, by the way. The major difference, however, is that there's no Bernie Sanders type person that would like terrify mainstream media and every fucking elitist piece of shit into saying, no, Hillary is our gal. So because there's no Bernie alternative that terrifies rich people, they literally see the writing on the wall. They're like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing here? If democracy is on the fucking ballot, you can't have Joe Biden be the guy. Like, what's the argument? Yeah, someone said, Mika wants Trump to drop out because she wants Joe Biden to go up against a better Republican. Like, what's the argument? Is that what the New York Times is supposed to be writing? Hey, we here at the New York Times love the Republican Party. That's why Donald Trump needs to drop out so that you can find someone who can handily defeat Joe Biden. Like, that's a ridiculous article that the New York Times would never write. Philip DeFranco title is wild.
Did the Supreme Court?
Biden can legally kill Trump with SEAL Team 6 now? I mean, he's right. And he should say it. Wait, am I in the Thumbo on this?
Clearly official.
Am I in the Thumbo? Did he put me on here? Because I said that too. I've been saying that. No, he didn't put me in the Thumbo. Do you see the Hawk Tour girl came out against Trump? What? Okay, dude, you fucking suck. Taking a big hit, man. Okay, done hitting the vape. What should we do if voting hard enough is not good enough? Man, shut the fuck up.
I have a game that I want to play with you guys.
That makes me
It's,
nervous.
no, it's not that scary, I promise. It's called Huck to or Nah. And you tell me if you want to Huck to on that thing or no.
Okay.
Okay. I think you might. Are you into like older guys?
For sure.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is my least favorite meme. This is probably for like every normie. I fucking hate this meme. This is the most barstool ass meme of all time. I'm realizing that I'm no longer a normie. It's so forced. It's so barstool adjacent. I would have loved this shit if I was in college. Fuck, I got the Zen hiccups.
Fuck, my phone's not loading. All right, ready? Come on. Oh, just a Huck?
I'll give him a hawk. I'll give him a hawk.
Okay, beautiful. There you go, Dave. You got a Huck. Donald Trump.
No, absolutely not.
No.
It's a no from me.
Okay, it's no. I have a game that I want to play with you guys.
Like, Midas Touch covering this is so funny. Midas Touch, like, oh my God. The Hawk Tua girl won't suck Donald Trump's dick. Sloppy style. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? Someone said coworker coded. Yeah, it's so. This is so fucking coworker tells you about this shit at the cooler. Coded as a story. Oh my God, I hate it. Oh, fuck. No normie even knows about this. No, they do. They do, bro. This is like 100%. Like, you're still online, but you're a normie. If you care about this kind of thing. Like, you read Barstool. Please, I've had enough. Let's go back to covering the apocalypse. Man, shut up. It's fine to have take some fucking breaks every now and then.
I know you are, but what am I? Where am I? China. I'm 1,100 years old. I served in World War I. And I'll be hunting illegal aliens with a fishnet. I was a hunter-gatherer. We are renaming New Mexico to No Mexico, by the way. Gee, Mr. Wilkins, I'll take 2 milks for a nickel. You're ugly, you're old, and you smell like hamsters. As far as America is... Puerto Rico.
That's pretty good. Like, he kind of nailed both of them. Not gonna lie, he fucking nailed it. I mean, that is a 1-to-1 on the debate. The No Mexico one is a funny joke, in my opinion. This guy sucks. I know him. Listen, I'm not making a fucking character reference here, all right? I'm just simply stating that was good, objectively.
who see Trump as so unfit that he should leave the race.
I can't listen to Mika any longer. All right, let's get the fucking... This actually is interesting. The should Biden drop out, Professor correctly predicted past elections weighs in, but like I was listening to it and it's just like he has a scientific method and he doesn't predict until October and there's like 13 keys and it just seems like very I don't know. It just seems like I hate these kinds of things. Cause like I'm very careful about making these sorts of predictions on elections. Like I will always be like, listen, it could go either way. And then motherfuckers like Austin, if they get it right, will fucking rub it in your face forever. Like he's like, no, I was Joe Biden all the way. I'm like, yeah, dude, before COVID, like, what are you talking about? You had no fucking idea that a biblical Holocaust style event was going to occur. Like you just like Joe Biden and the Democratic Party and you said he's gonna win. And then literally an insane world-changing event occurred. And that's the only way he barely won. Like an actual biblical style plague, dude. It's just so silly. Anyway. So I don't like this kind of these kinds of fucking takes. Let's get to France.
Week of campaigning and deal making is beginning in France ahead of a second round of parliament.
Here, now that we're done with like America's dying democracy, let's talk about France real quick. Have you been following the gnome drama on TikTok? It's pretty scary. Be careful. What? The gnome drama on TikTok? What, like duendes?
Parliamentary elections next weekend. It comes after the far-right National Rally Party emerged from Sunday's first round in a comfortable first place, with just over 33% of the vote. President Macron, whose alliance trailed in third place on around 20%, has responded by calling for centrist and left-wing parties to unite to prevent the far-right from winning control of Parliament. From Paris, here's Andrew Harding.
A dramatic win yesterday for France's National Rally. The party was for years considered too extreme for most French voters, with its anti-immigration, Eurosceptic platform and its links to the Kremlin. But last night, the RN, as it's known here, secured more than a third of all votes. The party's leader is Marine Le Pen, who has her...
What the fuck's going on with the EU first, Italy, now France, fall to fascism, austerity, baby. You put like a couple decades of austerity, every euro is going to start treating every fucking migrant like they're Roma. You know? That's what's going on. That's it. Neoliberalism. It's fucking awesome. It's so sick. What's going on in the EU is identical to what's going on in America. Okay? You got a bunch of people who are like, man, shit is expensive, dude. And then you got one side that's going, you know why shit's expensive? Because black people and brown people. That's why shit's expensive. Don't care to follow up on that. I'm just going to say, what? Don't we hate black people and brown people? And then the guys are like, you know what? I do actually. You're right. And that's how you have these fucking parties. Okay? Blowing up. And then the other side is like, yeah, you know what? Things are fine. Things are expensive. Okay, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, don't worry about it. Also, we've decided to privatize the railroads. You're like, wait, what? You decided to privatize? Yeah, now the railroads are actually privatized. And also, it'll be cheaper for a little bit, but then it's going to get really expensive. Also, it's going to be much worse now. And you're like, what? But everything is so expensive. I can't go to work. Why are you fucking up my public transit? Like, why are you doing this? And it's like, well, because, you know, private corporations wanted to make money off of it. It's much better that way. Shut the fuck up. Also, here's a carbon tax or, you know, here's an extra tax. Also, we're raising the fucking retirement age. Not for police, though, because they're going to be defending us while you guys are rioting. And it's like, wait, what? You're raising the retirement age, but everything's expensive. Shut the fuck up. We're raising the retirement age. Also, we've decided we hate immigrants too. Don't you hate the immigrants? And at that point, they're like, yeah, we do hate the immigrants. Now you're saying you hate the immigrants, but you're also fucking like adding additional unnecessary gas taxes or raising the retirement age. I'm going to go with the fuck immigrants party instead. I'm not going to go with you. Fuck you. And that's how you arrive at Le Pen. Okay? That's it. That's how you arrive at Le Pen. All she had to do was basically go, yeah, my bad that my dad was a Nazi and I defended him viciously and vociferously. I am no longer as much of a Nazi. Like, sure, Jews control the media, whatever. It's fine. Okay? It's cool. I don't think Jews control the media as much anymore. Also, I love Israel. Vote for me. Fuck immigrants. And that's how, yeah, that's what happened. That's basically, I just gave you the exact, albeit reductive ways in which Marine Le Pen was able to retriangulate and make herself seem more moderate, but still very much the anti-Islam, anti-immigrant party, and how Macron basically tried to fucking capitulate to that, and also present himself as like an anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant guy. And now she won the first round. Now, this doesn't mean that she's going to win outright. Either she needs to get majority, which is not super likely, or they're going to have a hung parliament, which is way more likely. Now, the problem is Macron sucks dick. His party got third place. The New Popular Front, led by Mélenchon and many other groups that are like Green Party, Socialists, yada, 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 they all got together and they got a close second place. So we'll see what happens. Macron's party got third place. Okay? Now, if Macron is actually serious about combating the far right, which, by the way, this would have never even happened if Macron didn't, like, on a whim, after the EU elections, decide to fucking hold a snap election out of nowhere without even telling his own fucking party, by the way. There would be no parliamentary elections in France, but he decided, like, no, we're doing that shit. Don't know why. Doesn't make a lot of sense. However, predictably, the far-right coalition is at the top of the ticket now. Now, will Macron actually put his money where his mouth is and push for the New Popular Front? Probably not. Seems like his finance minister came out and was like, we cannot have a kook like Mélenchon, a far-left extremist, running the country. Macron himself has simply just said, you can't vote for the far right. That's it. But he hasn't gotten himself to put support behind New Popular Front. So those are the two options.
On winning the French presidency next.
Les Français ont ainsi, dans un vote sans ambiguïté, témoigné
She told the country it had nothing to fear from a right-wing RN-led government. But there is a second round of voting here next weekend, and things could still change. After yesterday's vote, President Emmanuel...
By the way, turnout is up 7%, and a lot of young people are voting on both sides, unfortunately. For the record. By that, I mean a lot of young people are voting for the New Popular Front, and a lot of young people are also voting for Le Pen as well.
Macron called for centrist and left-wing parties to form a united front to keep the RN out of power. Will it work? It's going to be a struggle. And all this in the middle of Paris's preparations for the Olympic Games later this month. Many French are worried about their country's deep political polarisation. The road ahead will become clearer in a week's time, when a second round of voting will determine France's future.
48% of 18 to 24 are voting left, but the far right is doing 30% in all ages.
That could be months of political deadlock. It could be a...
It's not about a left-wing majority. It's about stopping a far-right majority. Yeah, I wish. Macron is trying to kill the radical left, France insoumise, but the left coalition is fucking up his plan. Yes. I think in the last election, the left was infighting, or I mean, the left was infighting, which led to Mélenchon not winning. And I don't know if he thought that that would be a repeat, but seemingly they're not.
Seismic political shift to the hard right, with huge implications for the country and the continent. Andrew Harding, BBC News, Paris.
Well, let's speak to our Paris correspondent, Hugh Schofield. And Hugh, in previous elections, the left and the centre have come together to stop the far right from taking power in France. How successful will they be this time around?
We'll have to see. And they're certainly making the...
Am I fucking effing again? I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Hold the fucking line. Oui, oui. Oui, oui. What is happening? What the fuck is this? Why are you doing this? Internet. What the fuck? Merde. Nique la police. It is little bit F.
The same noises this time round. You heard Macron there calling for a front to confront and take on and defeat the RN candidates in each of the constituencies where they're through to the second round. So yes, and there is certainly a determination on the part of the left to do this. They've promised that their candidates will stand down if they're in third place in a constituency in order to concentrate the vote.
Dude, why are you always effing? Because I'm fucking your mother, okay? In the pussy. Take a week off, dipshit. God damn it, dude. You know I'm effing. I'm in Croatia, dude. What do you want me to fucking do? I have no control over the goddamn internet here. Dude, this dumbass, bro. I banned this person. I don't know if this is a he or she. Like, literally the other day. We're talking about fucking France. Shut the fuck up, please. Oh my God. PSL this, PSL that. Claudia Lariva is running in France too. Shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. Holy shit. Please vote for Claudia and Lariva. Or whatever the fuck. I just, oh my God, I'm getting tired. Oh.
Against the RN candidate, it could make a big difference. The left did very well in this election. They got 28% of the vote. Their forces are traditionally very, very fired up against the National Rally. So if there is a big turnout by people voting on the centre and the left to stop the national rally, that could well limit the extent of their gains in this election. But gains there will certainly be for the RN in this election. And the key question really is...
Why are you even streaming on vacation? Go to a fucking beach, man? Bro, what beach? It's literally 12 a.m. here. Okay, which reminds me, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Like, what am I supposed to do, man? I was at the beach all day. Why do you hate lefties in the PSL? Like, unsub chatters hate ad break. Okay, I already ran the ad break.
Not if they win, but by how much. If they can't get this point of 289 seats, that's an absolute majority in Parliament, they'll be left incapable of governing, and then we are really in unknown territory.
And Hugh, where does this all leave President Macron? Because this was a huge gamble for him to call for this snap election.
Enfeebled, solitary, isolated, embarrassed, all those things. You're right, he promised to return France to the centre, to be a kind of former bastion against the extremes of far right and far left. What's happened is that the country has become polarised. We have a far right that is not far from gaining power, and a left coalition which is dominated by the far left party, the LFI. So,
explain to me why the far left is bad, please. Like, I can tell you with many words why the far right is bad. But I want to always, BBC and all these fucking European broadcasters always just leave it hanging. Well, the far left and the far right are the same. It's extremes. Extremes on both sides. It's like, what is it? Why? Tell me why the far right is bad. Okay. Anti-immigration stance, ridiculously violent rhetoric. Why is the fucking far left bad? Explain. Why is it so extreme? What are they doing that's so extreme? What the fuck are they advocating for that you consider to be unimaginable, a threat to democracy akin to the far right?
Whatever it is that he planned to do, it hasn't happened. And the immediate prospect for France is one in which he himself is a very diminished figure with very little influence inside the country and a diminished profile outside the country. And inside the country we have a far right, which may well form the next government, or deadlock in Parliament leading to, well, more crisis.
Yes, and you mentioned there the polarisation within French society between the far right and the far left. How has this come about?
Well, partly it's because of what Macron has done. But Macron produced himself, or sort of represented himself as being the great centre, the hyper centre, the man who would unite France. Because
yeah, no, definitely he did unite France. He did do that against him, but he did do that. LFI isn't even far left. I know, dude. I'm just saying, I want to hear what they have to say. Why is it far left? And what is so bad about far left? That's what I want to know. Because they never actually fucking mention it. I listen to these reporters all the time. I listen to DW. I listen to France 24. I listen to the BBC. I have yet to hear why the supposed far left is so far to the left, and what the fuck they're advocating for that you consider to be absolutely unacceptable. Like, what have they done?
Around him would come sensible men and women of the centre left and the centre right, and that would be the obvious and logical solution to the country's problems.
And if you say fucking they support Palestinians, okay, yeah. Because that's usually what it is, always. It's like, oh, the far left supports Palestinian emancipation. They consider Palestinians to be human beings, and that, of course, is anti-Semitic, which we're talking about France, okay? Anti-Semitism is literally not a burden in French politics, except the problem here is that they're humanizing Muslims. That is a burden. That is considered extreme, okay? Let's be real. Like, the notion that, like, oh, these guys are anti-Semitic, like, yeah, you want them to win more votes? Is that why you're saying they're anti-Semitic?
The only thing was that in the natural course of events, there was going to be an opposition to that, and as he'd hogged the centre ground, the the opposition inevitably has come from what he calls the extremes, the extreme right and the extreme left. And that's what's happened. But of course, it's replicated in other countries. It's a polarization that's also cultural, linked to the rise of a left liberal metropolitan class and its rejection by, to put it bluntly, poor white people living in the provinces.
And if as expected, Hugh, the National Rally does form the next government in France, what kind of policies could it introduce? Would it be very different from President Macron's party?
Well, first of all, let me just qualify that. We can't assume there will be a National Rally government in the next after next Sunday. If they don't get this total majority, they will be incapable of forming a government, and there's a lot of talk of then forming there'll be some kind of technocratic government, like what Italy had with Draghi. So let's not assume that the National Rally are going to form the next government. But if they do, well, we know what their policies are. They are to make immigration more difficult, to make life less attractive for people who would like to come and settle here. It's to make handout state benefits available primarily for people of French nationality. And on the kind of social economic front, it's to increase people's buying power by cutting VAT on fuel and things like that, things that are going to cost an awful lot of money, reducing again the age of retirement. Whether or not in practice these things are practical is another matter, but that's what's on their manifesto.
Yeah, no, that's right. The far left is extreme because they want to reduce the age of retirement. Is that what he just said? Did I hear that right? As in, like, the thing that the entire country united and like lit the country on fire for approximately months on end, which played a role in, which basically was like the last nail in the coffin for Macron. Really? That's, wow, how radical these fucking communist monsters want to reduce the retirement age again. These fucking monstrous pieces of shit. Probably the, what? Oh no, he said the right was doing it? Oh. Even then, what a ridiculous thing to fucking say. I thought he was talking about fucking the New Popular Front. If Le Pen wins, it'll be really funny. I don't think it'll be funny. I think it's just, all you need is the AFD at that point. You got Vichy France, you got fascists in Italy, and all that remains is Germany going to the AFD, and then it's over. It's just 1930s again. I don't think it's funny. Here's why the left is extreme. Oh, fuck. Financial Times, dude. I can't read this. I'm blocked. This guy's the reason Gen Z vote is far right. They thirst after him.
Jordan Bardella's journey has astonished many.
I hate this guy. It won't be funny. Arab students are already getting beaten at night in rural areas. Are you from Jihad City, you dirty Arab? You have nothing to do here. A group of 4 individuals aged around 50 riding in a 4x4 beat up a 19-year-old student and threw him into a canal in Medaison. Victim of an attempted drowning. The student was held with his head underwater by his attackers but managed to escape. Yeah, I don't believe that the far right will actually lower the retirement age. If anything, I believe that they'll make it higher. Nope. Diaspora Affairs Minister says far-right Le Pen as French president would be excellent for Israel.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. On Monday, French President Emmanuel Macron dramatically warned that a far-left or far-right victory in the legislative election could spark civil war. While many people saw his comments as a last-ditch attempt to win votes, the underlying admission was that Macron's own centrist programme has failed. Over the past few months, French politics has become increasingly polarised, and now going into the election, opinion polls suggest that both Marine Le Pen's Rassemblement National and the left-wing Nouveau Front Populaire coalition are significantly more popular than his centrist grouping. So in this video, we'll discuss why French politics has become so polarised, and how Macron's centrist agenda ended up failing.
For every story of an Arab being attacked, there's 10 of the sand people raping, stabbing, assaulting, etc. Stop defending the cave people. Wow. Can't tell if this guy's French or just like or just like an unimaginable Islamophobe, but loves talking about that sort of thing whenever it's brought up. Could be French, could be just a regular French guy. Fucking mutant, dude. Could be a Swede, true. I wonder what kind of racist he is. You didn't know they made races like this? Brother, are you kidding me? He said not Islamophobe. Just European who pays attention. He's not even French. He's definitely Swedish. Yeah, he's just a noticer, dude. My money on German? Nah. Probably a 4-cent sub. Yeah. I want to see. Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit. He got deactivated so goddamn fast. That's crazy. He got suspended so fast. I couldn't even read the rest of his fucking statements. God damn. Top 5 most racist things I've ever seen in this chat, and it's been a while. Yeah, I literally couldn't do anything. He cooked me a little bit. He came in so hot with the racism, it like fucked my brain up a little bit. Oh, that's the only thing he said? Oh, well, bye-bye. Is that automated, or is there a Twitch staff that's on in here? No, they probably reported it. Someone in the chat said, honestly, I hope Arabs destroy Europe. Fuck it. Bro, that's not how that works, man. The fuck do you mean? Oh, yeah. Weird all the truth tellers get banned like that. Yeah, sand people doing mass rapes.
Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop when we release new videos. So let's start with the polls. The legislative election will take place in 2 rounds. The first this Sunday and the second a week later on July the 7th.
Let's talk about women's rights in Arab nations, child trafficking, the drug market is run by the poppy farmers. What is going on here? Like, women's rights in Arab nations. Brother, I don't understand what any of this has to do with like a random 19-year-old Arab being fucking like attacked. Okay? Like, what do you think those 4 fucking racists were actually like fighting for women's rights? Is that what you're saying? Like, what the fuck does this have to do with a random 19-year-old Arab kid? I got fucking... Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I can't do this. I'm so fucking done. I'm so mad. I'm done. I can't fucking keep going back and forth like this.